Yeah. Should we just start now? Because I'm ready. You know, booking these times in doesn't really work too well for me. I book it like 45 minutes in. I'm already like going nuts after 20 minutes thinking, when is this stream going to start? Anyway, we're here now. So, what are we doing first of all? Well, I guess we should give it a couple of minutes for some people to join. But while we're doing that, we will check out our international United States map of true crime metrics domination. How do we do that? Present, share screen, browse. Yeah, this is it. Check it out, guys. Check that out, man. I mean, it. I think this is fast pace. This is like within a month. You know, 3 months ago there were like maybe 3 states. Now there's hardly 3 left. You know, is that gathering pace or what? We need a few more. We need a few more of these gray states, these lonely, dusty states. Come on, Vermont. Come on, North Dakota. Come on, Utah. Yeah, great. What else have we got for you tonight, guys? Well, we're going to be looking at the testimony of Ryan Burns. Who is Ryan Burns? Well, Ryan Burns is the friend that Jodi Arias booked in to see the day after killing Travis Alexander, her former lover, all the way up in like really close to Salt Lake City. So you got to drive from Phoenix, well, Mesa, but practically Phoenix to Salt Lake City. You know, how far is that? That's pretty far. That's 1,000 miles. Come on. It's got to be 1,000 miles. Why don't we check it out, guys? Let's check that out right now. Okay. Share this tab instead. What are we doing? Mesa, Arizona, Estados Unidos. Directions from Salt Lake City. Okay, it's not that far. 700 miles, basically. But still, that's like driving from Paris to Madrid. That's from Paris to Madrid. And that's tough. That's a tough drive, man. You do that drive in one and you feel it, for sure. Anyway, enough maps, True Crime Metrics. What are we really here for? What are we really here for, True Crime Metrics? We're here for the testimony of Ryan Burns. Who is Ryan Burns? Hang on. We need to control our own sound controls. Quiet. Stop talking. You think you have a place? You have no place. Sit down. Be quiet. Yeah, so Ryan Burns. What could we say about Ryan Burns? Well, you know, I just think that someone should have clued him in to how to as to how to answer difficult sort of sexual questions on the stand, because he didn't do too good. And I feel for him, you know. He just wants to do a good job on the stand, right? That's all. Anyway, hey Matilda, how are you doing? And Matt, Texas Matt, welcome. I know how scary it would be to be be Ryan Burns on the stand. You know, not only is he got Kirk Nurmi like pushing him for really awkward questions just to make it's basically a defense tactic just to make the jury go, oh, this is really awkward. So we can be prepared for this other awkward stuff that we're going to hear, like when he goes to Travis's ex-girlfriend. And did your relationship with Mr. Alexander include you being called a three-hole wonder? Or a bitch? Or a slut? Must have been a different relationship than Mr. Alexander had with Miss Arias, right? You know, it's a crazy trial, man. Anyway, let's get to it. Straight in.
She said if I ever need any assistance, if anybody out in California is welcome to call her. And
this individual, Jodi Arias, that we've been talking about, is she in court today?
Yes.
Tell me where she is seated and what she's wearing.
She's over there in a black long sleeve shirt.
Is she at the end of the table?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
Yes.
So after that, did you continue having contact with her or not?
Yes. I don't believe we spoke for maybe 3 or 4 weeks after the convention. I think we did a kind of a
Let us know how the audio levels are, guys. Is the video good with the microphone, everything like that?
Party for Utah before one of our big events. And I think we were actually playing pool with a friend of ours named Zion Lovinger. And Zion, somehow Jodi's name came up and asked me if I knew who she was or how we had known each other. And eventually.
Okay, pause right now. Matt Taormina has been in a hurricane today. Hurricane Beryl. Wow. I haven't even heard about that. I know nothing about that. Well, I hope you're all right. I hope your truck is all right. And I hope your house is all right.
He maybe kind of played matchmaker a little bit and got, we talked about it. And then I ended up giving her a call, I think even that night at that event.
And how much time elapsed between the time that you met her and the time that you actually placed?
Can you all just imagine Jodi Arias going around these events, being the flirty, dazzling? I think if you are not one of these women yourself, or if you don't know any women like this yourself, or if you're not a woman and you've dated a woman like this, or you've tried to date a woman like this and then thought that's a terrible idea. I think I fit into that group. I think I tried to date a woman like that, and then I thought that's a terrible idea. But if you don't recognize this, the behavior she has going around these events, these prepaid legal events, these networking events, these big events in the MGM Grand in Las Vegas, wow. And I still don't get what this whole kind of strip of the Western plains is, from Salt Lake City down to Mesa. That's pretty much like the long line of Rocky's base camp, right? I mean, that's I don't know, but it seems to be correlated. And there seem to be these events. He talked about an event in Oklahoma City. Maybe that's the same thing. I don't know. There are these events where these prepaid legal people gather and talk about what? And these little nymphs like Jodi Arias dart around and flicker their eyelashes. Crazy.
This call.
Probably 3 or 4 weeks.
And when you called her, did she What did she say?
I asked her if she remembered who I was. She said yes.
Not for nothing, right? Hang on. I want to pause when when we can see his eyes.
And it just was, it seemed like a pleasant conversation.
Okay, here, right? We can see his eyes, and we can see his suit, which is enormous. What is with that suit? Why is he wearing a suit that big? He's clearly, I mean, how are suits measured? By chest width, right? I mean, that is a 58 suit when the guy is clearly a 42. I mean, what is with this? We've got Travis Alexander also in big suits. Let's check out a picture of him while we're here. Is this another thing? Is this a cowboy thing of like Colorado, Arizona, Utah, maybe Idaho to a little bit, or I don't know. Hang on, where is Travis? Travis Alexander. Let's just try that. Okay, so what do we have here? We have. All right, look at that suit. Tell me that's not too big for him. And just terrible at the same time. And the ring. I mean, okay, he's young. He's like 29 or 30 in this picture. You know, he doesn't know what to do. He's at a black tie ball. He thinks he's going to go with a Beetlejuice pinstripe and a bow tie and a ring on the middle finger. Well, that was a terrible idea, but you'll learn that as you if you'd have continued to grow past the time of your death, you would have learned not to do that. Yeah, but this thing about, look at this. That is too big. It's just too big. Is there another one? Well, that looks a bit better. But I think it's just the angle. I think it's still too big. Look at the cuffs. Baggy cuffs. Bad sign. Anyway, back to the video, guys. Back to the video.
It went on for maybe 30 minutes before an hour, maybe.
And during the time that you and she spoke, was there an agreement or an indication that you were going to call her back? She was going to call you back? What was how was that conversation ended?
I don't know if we necessarily agreed, but I think we probably talked the very next day.
And did this sort of continue?
Yeah, hi Ryan in the chat. Good to see you, man. 3 away from 1,000. Is that our number? Is that what you're talking about? 997. Wow, that reminds me of 1997, which is when Titanic first hit the movie theaters.
On where you continued to talk and that sort of thing?
Yeah, from that point, I mean, we probably talked at least 3, 4, sometimes 5 times a week. Either she would call me or I'd call her, usually around 10 or 11 at night when our days were kind of done.
Did there come a time where the two of you agreed, or she agreed, to come out and visit you?
Yes.
What was the name of the town that you were living in back then?
Salt Lake City.
Is Salt Lake City near West Jordan?
Yeah. This is suburb.
And were you living in Salt Lake City or in West Jordan?
West Jordan.
And when you say West Jordan, describe the living arrangements back then?
Back then, I actually lived in a kind of a side apartment with my family, and that their house is in West Jordan.
Did that side apartment have its own entrance?
Yes.
And did it have its own kitchen?
Mm.
Is that a no?
No, I'm sorry. No, didn't.
So there's this sort of agreement that she's
So what? He had his own, like, and not to belittle this guy in the least, but I'm just trying to get my head around this. What did he say? A self-contained apartment, but living with my family. Okay, so did this self-contained apartment have its own entrance? Yes. Did it have its own kitchen? No. Well, then it's not an apartment. What do you mean it had its own entrance? You mean there was just a door to your room on the side of the house? What, the shed? It sounds off, doesn't it? It sounds off. But maybe that's how it's done in West Jordan or Boulder or Mesa. I don't know. I don't know. What is it with this strip of land? The strip of the land east of the Rockies. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. What do you call that? The high desert. Is that what it is?
going to come out. Do you know about when you guys reached this agreement that she was going to come out?
It would have been the end of May.
And do you know what her itinerary was when she was going to come out there?
I can't remember for sure. It seemed like she was going to be on a road trip, or she was just going to come out and see me directly. I don't really remember, but she was going to come out and just spend one day because she would have to get back to work. So she's going to come out probably about a week from the time we originally talked about her coming.
Did she tell you what route she was going to take to visit you?
I think she had a friend that had a baby that was born or something. She wanted to visit her friend.
And you gotta think back for this guy, right? I mean, he doesn't seem like a dumb guy. If you look at other interviews with him when he's not on the stand, he seems fairly like he's adjusted to the idea that all the trip was for Jodi to visit him was a part of her plan to evade culpability for the murder, and that all the signs of affection and lust that were shown to him were false. Is that ever nice to realize? I don't think so, is it? That's terrible to realize. Then you go, fucking hell, I thought that was real. What's wrong with me? But this guy's doing it publicly, man. Publicly. And not just publicly, in front of millions.
And
for some reason, he's chosen to do it in this huge suit that makes him look like he's fourth. It's like a fourth grader in a play, and they say, okay, you've got to be a bank manager, okay? Try and look like a bank manager, and they run in the back and grab some clothes to look like a bank manager, and they come out with this on. I mean, what is this?
If I understand it right, she lived in Northern California, so she was going to drive down to LA first, LA area, and visit that friend, and then from there she was going to come and see me.
And are you familiar how to get from the LA area up to
Old Pueblo, Maria Gabriel, and Old Pueblo again? Good to see you.
Salt Lake City, Utah area?
Yeah, it's I-15 freeway the whole way.
And when
I only recently learned this thing about the US freeways, highways, interstates, whatever, how it goes from 5, 15, 20, 25, all the way until whatever it is on the East Coast, right? It goes from West Coast to East Coast, 5, 15, 25, 35, I think. And then from north to south, it's 90, 80, 70. Wow, that is amazing. You know, in Europe, everyone is so impressed with Roman roads. Oh, they went in a straight line, and that was really clever because then they could get to their attack quicker going in a straight line, and they made sure that they could travel in a straight line because they built a good road. It was all about straight lines. You guys in the US just did it outright from day one. From day one. Wonderful.
You spoke to her about this particular trip and her itinerary. What day of the week was she supposed to arrive to see you?
I believe it was, I think it was Wednesday. That's the time that we normally have our training. And I think she was going to be there on Wednesday morning is when she had said. We talked at the night before, maybe around 9 or 10 at night.
Okay, so you talked the night before around 9 or 10 at night, and the expectation was that she was going to be there the next day, which was a Wednesday, around what time?
I knew it was about a 12-hour drive. A little concerned about her driving overnight because it's 9 p.m. She said she'd be fine and she'd obviously pull over just to be safe if she needed to take a nap or something. So 12-hour drive, I would expected her maybe at 9 if she would drove straight through, but of course probably she wouldn't drive straight through. So I thought maybe around 12 or 1, I was kind of expecting her to be there.
All right. So the next day, which was the Wednesday around 9 o'clock, did she arrive up there?
No.
And you talked something about training that day. What are we talking about when you say training?
Associates get together, kind of learn more about the membership and how how the services can serve families and things like that. And so we come together on a training on Wednesday night. And so I think she was even going to attend that training with us.
What time was the training on Wednesday night?
Training was 7 p.m.
And where was the training scheduled to take place?
In Sandy, Utah, which is about 10 minutes south of West Jordan.
And did you attend that training that Wednesday?
Yes.
So it's 10 o'clock, noon. Did she arrive by noon?
No. And at noon, I was obviously concerned because she's driving throughout the night. And I tried to call her at 9, but her phone went straight to voicemail, so I couldn't get through. Tried to call again at noon. And I wasn't.
Already, he's so unsuspecting, isn't he? He's just like, oh yeah, I was really concerned because she was going to be driving after 9 p.m. on the road alone. Is that still a thing people worry about? I mean, I guess if you're going across the desert, where if the 1,000,000 chance happened where your car malfunctioned and you were like this tiny woman alone, I mean, you'd probably be more worried of a coyote than a robber or a rapist or whatever. But maybe that's what he was worried about, right? We don't know. Bank manager Ryan's going to tell us all the details. But the painful thing is that as the details get more salacious, is that the right word? As time goes on, Ryan starts to lose track of what he should be saying in terms of being honest, but also how to relay that back to being appropriate to say in a courtroom. And I kind of think that's a hard line for him to juggle, which is quite funny. God bless him, I just think someone should have sat this guy down and said, listen, you're going to be asked some questions here that are a little bit awkward. You don't really want to say them in front of the public or a judge or your family but you can do it by doing this, this, and this, and just describe the physical actions that were, going on at that time, instead of like He starts going like, well, I sort of grabbed her thighs a little bit, and then we were kind of hot and heavy. And it's like, dude, you're not doing yourself any favors here. Calm down, have a drink of water, start again.
Too concerned at 9, at noon or 1 when I didn't get a hold of her. At that point, I was a little concerned, but it still was just going straight to voicemail.
And it was just going straight to voicemail.
Yeah, I wasn't ringing.
All right, go ahead. And how many tries?
Yeah, hi, Sue. Sue Lutz or Lutz. Depends where you hail from. You know, could be Poland, could be Italy. Doesn't, there's no way to tell, but the pronunciation would be very different.
Did you give it, let's say, after 1 o'clock in the afternoon to reach?
Maybe two more times. I also contacted another friend that I think she was going to visit while she was there. Mark and Leslie Jodi. Leslie seemed to know her a little bit better than I did. I talked to her for 5 minutes at the convention, and then I talked to her a lot on the phone before she came over for about a month and a half.
Yeah, definitely talked to her a lot on the phone when she was grooming me like a horse groomer. Like, can you imagine the size of a horse, right? And then the effort it takes to fully groom a horse. That's what she is. That's what she does, right? Grooming to a large, heavy extent.
And a half, we'd have, a lot of conversations throughout the week, but Leslie Jodi seemed to know her a little bit better. And so I asked Leslie if she had heard from her or if possibly she knew her number to her grandparents or whoever it was that she was living with, and maybe see if she was okay.
Were you successful after this call to Leslie Jodi in receiving a return call from the defendant?
No. So when we couldn't get a hold of her, I had just hoped that maybe she could figure out.
So I haven't quite got it. I think she said that she was leaving LA she told Ryan that she was leaving LA or maybe Vegas, and that she was going to drive through the night. And he was a little concerned because she was leaving at like 9 p.m. and wouldn't get there until maybe 8 or 9 p.m. But then she still didn't get there until like 1 p.m., right? Those long drives, you think, okay, that's 9 hours, right? And somehow it ends up being 13 or 11 at least. It's always longer.
Where our training was, and so I thought maybe I'd see her at the training.
So you went to the training, and you said that started at 7 o'clock, correct?
7 p.m. Mm-hmm.
And you hadn't heard from her at that point, right?
No.
So the training lasted for how long?
2.5 hours.
So that would place you at what, 9:30 in the evening?
9:30. Mm-hmm.
I want to know what this training is. What do these guys do? These like Mormon, Shadow of the Rockies kind of groups of young people in huge suits. What do they do? Like, what are these training exercises all about? These 2-hour meets at the Cheesecake Factory. He starts going on about the Cheesecake Factory in a minute, and I'm getting the feeling that that's like a common chain across America that I just for some reason haven't heard of, but I think I have heard of it somewhere. But as I live in Europe, I just took it as a literal sort of term to say a cheesecake factory. And apart from the fact that he looks like a bank manager, I could absolutely see this guy. If he said to me, I'm the head manager at the Cheesecake Factory. Where's a picture of him? Let's go back. Look. Absolutely Cheesecake Factory manager. 100%.
Heard from her at that point, right?
No.
So the training lasted for how long?
2.5 hours.
So that would place you at what, 9:30 in the
9:30.
evening?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you go after that trip?
At that time, we had a few of our buddies. Every week, we'd go over to the Cheesecake Factory, and we'd just hang out. We'd grab a drink, sometimes grab an appetizer or something. We'd just sit there and chat.
Yeah, let us know in the comments, Americans. Is that a chain? Is that a thing across America? The Cheesecake Factory. It sounds like it's. I'm suspicious. Of course, I could look it up myself, but I have all of you here.
That's where we go.
And while you were at the Cheesecake Factory, which would have been after 9:30, right?
Yeah, 9 p.m. Yeah, we got there probably about 10 p.m.
And while you were there at the Cheesecake Factory, what town is that in? That Cheesecake Factory that you went in?
Murray, which is maybe 10 minutes east of West Jordan.
And when you were there, did you receive a
Oh, look, guys, Maria knows my name, and she's referring to me on a first name basis. Well, thank you, Maria. That's so nice. Okay, everybody says it's a chain. So it's a chain. Great.
call from the defendant?
I knew it. I absolutely knew it.
Yes.
About what time was that?
Maybe we had talked about it a little bit. I knew that she knew some other people at the table, like Mike Bertot was there.
But you received the call from her.
Around 10:30 p.m.
Right. And what did she say to you when she called?
I mean, obviously, first I just said, Jodi, and she said, hey, and she almost sounded apologetic from the get-go, and I just said, hey, are you okay? And then she said, yes, I'm fine, and I just asked her, where she's been, and how.
So you asked her where she's been. What did she tell you that she'd been?
She said a few things happened. For one, I think she said she's kind of airheaded like that, and she took the wrong freeway, and she drove the wrong direction for many hours. And then at some point she got tired, and so she fell asleep and she couldn't.
Yeah, that was a really, I want to do a full video on a breakdown of her complete plan, because this whole thing about her being a ditzy girl that drives for 100 miles in the wrong direction and gets stranded and loses her phone is just so telling. She was, what, 27 when she got busted? And, that's a dangerous age, isn't it? Isn't that the age where you think, okay, this is the peak. This is where I know everything, right? Now I can really function as a person among this community. But then, you get a few more kicks and you go, okay, we need to reconsider this. Let's look again. Maybe we don't know everything. Maybe there is more to learn. And but when she went away, she was 27 or maybe 28, but still, dangerous time. Dangerous time.
Couldn't believe how long she slept by the time she woke up. And I just said, okay, well, good. I'm just glad you're okay. I couldn't get through to your phone. And when I said that, she told me that she had lost her car charger. She hadn't forgot to bring it, maybe pack it. And so her phone had been dead all day.
If she'd forgotten the charger and her phone had been dead all day, how was it that she was then able to call you from?
Jay Lawson, the Jay Lawson of the Chippewa Falls Lawsons. Because what do we need, guys? We need Idaho. Okay, someone in Boise. Hey, can we do state capitals? Who's good at state capitals? North Dakota is I know it's something ridiculous. It's like I can't remember. Boise is Idaho. Utah is SLC. Iowa is what? Who knows state capitals of Iowa? It's there's a Churchill somewhere around here. Or is that over here? Oh, forget it. Vermont is. Oh, right. Gotta get Kentucky. Kentucky state capital is Frankfurt. Anyway, back to business, guys. Back to business.
That same phone.
I think she told me.
Sustained rephrase.
Did she tell you something about that?
She told me that she had, I think, bought it
Oh.
from a gas station.
Oh, good job in the comments, guys, with the capitals. Yeah, I remember all of these now as I'm looking at them. Actually, I don't know what Jen, Indiana, J. Lawson. What does that mean? We don't need Indiana. We've got Indiana. Bismarck. Bismarck is North Dakota. How do you even say this? Des Moines. Des Moines. Des Moines. What is this? But I think that's South Dakota. Montpelier. Oh, this isn't the capital game. All right, we've got to get back to business, guys.
Station or something she found one.
So she told you she bought another charger, right?
Right.
And how long did this?
Oh, just as we got back to business, Matilda wants to pipe in with a super chat. Thank you, Matilda. You are so kind, and we love you, and you're nice. And yeah, if anyone else wants to participate in supporting the True Crime Metrix Foundation, we've got to get those tickets. We've got to pay for that visa to come to the Tallahassee courtroom in September for Donna Adelson's trial. You know, can we crowdfund that somehow? Can we? I mean, that'd be amazing. Seriously, guys, that would be amazing. You know, I make this channel just because I like doing it for some reason. I'm still not sure why. But you know, I have a lot of work to do other than this that pays for my stuff. But man, can you imagine if it just like suddenly created enough money to fly to Florida to be in the courtroom at Donna Adelson's trial? I think everybody should just, you know, go to buymeacoffee.com, link in the description, and make that happen. Dig deep, friends. Dig deep, you know. Anyway, we need to get back to Ryan Burns, but yeah, that's just a thought, you know. And I hadn't even thought about punting today, you know. But Matilda just piped in with her like nice little her nice generous $5 that she put into the cause to get us on a plane. Who should we fly with? United or American or Jet 2? No, I don't want to fly Jet 2 again. Maybe KLM. Yeah, that'll be good. If we could get a KLM flight from Faro to London, London to Atlanta, Atlanta to Tallahassee. That's the new goal of this channel. That's the new goal of this channel.
This conversation last?
I could be wrong, but maybe 30 minutes to an hour.
And
It could be longer. I'm not sure.
during that time that you were talking to her, was there ever an indication as to when she was going to, did you and she talk about when she was going to arrive?
Hi, California, and hi, Rabbit. How you doing? Good to see you.
In the Salt Lake City area?
Yeah, it seemed like she was still like a long ways away. She wasn't sure exactly where she was at, so we didn't know exactly how long it was going to take her to get there. So she had to kind of get her bearings.
So she told you.
Got to go through all this plan, guys, with Jodi. Got to make a special video with a PowerPoint, a presentation, slideshow, video clips of Jodi Arias's plan. Because what the hell? You know, for something that must have been taken so long to work out. There were so many holes. You know, if that's not an expose of narcissism, I don't know what is. What a wonderful resource. You know, terrible thing she did. Terrible thing that Travis Alexander's not here anymore to sell that legal advice and to do whatever with the bishop in the church. But you know, he does have a legacy because so many of us have become aware of how dangerous people like Jodi with similar traits are in our own lives, right? You get such an expose of these people and you really recognize some of their shit, right? And you realize what could have happened to you all those times.
She didn't know where she was, right?
Right.
Then, and what else did she say?
I remember at some point, and I don't know if it was this conversation or if we disconnected for a couple hours and then she called back. I really can't remember. But at some point, I went into the living room where my father was, and I asked him what freeway should she take at this point where she's at. And so he also knew that she was coming. And I don't even remember where she said she was, but it seemed like a pretty simple answer. And then it seemed like she could have been maybe 7 or 8 hours away at that point. It still took her another 12 hours to actually get to my house.
So she called that evening, and then you have this call around up to 11 o'clock.
Maybe, yeah.
And after that, she may have called one other time, right? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's hard to remember now.
And then after that, did you receive another call late in the evening or not? Was there any other contact with her?
No, not until the next morning.
Did she know how to get to your house? Had you given her direction?
Yeah, she must have had my address or something. She knew how to get to my house. She had never been there before, but she knew how to get there.
And what time did she get there to your house?
Again, not sure, but maybe around 10 or 11 the next day. I'm not positive on that.
And that would have been the Wednesday, right?
That would have been Thursday now.
That was Thursday then. And she was supposed to get there Wednesday.
We still haven't really got to the content of what this guy's gonna say. But I'm just still transfixed by him seeming to be almost swallowed by his own suit. It's so big. It's bigger than the flag to his left. You know, I don't understand, you know. Obviously, it's off the rack, but you can try on a suit jacket in the store, you know. Do that before you purchase, and sit down in it. Don't just look at yourself standing in the mirror. You need to wear it. You should wear it for a day. Rich people that have personal shoppers at Barney's or whatever, they're allowed to wear the clothes for a week. See how it feels. Isn't it crazy what money gets you?
Yeah, so this is 24 hours after I was originally expecting her.
And did you have any plans for lunch during that?
I had an appointment, and so I'm not really clear of how this happened, but I know that she followed me to the appointment. So we
But let me stop you there. Where was this appointment? And what was
was at
it
a place
for?
called Jim's Restaurant. It was less than a mile from my house.
And what was the purpose of the appointment?
I had an associate on my team who had another gentleman who felt like he had some connections, some people who could use our help from our company. And so we arranged the time for me to go. And
Yeah, that's where I get a bit worried when these companies, quote unquote companies, that have got, with no offense to Ryan Burns here, guys like this running around having these meetings at the Cheesecake Factory. Where is this money being spent? Because it seems like it's being spent on whatever was sold to us in the beginning, rather than whatever that will actually be likely to deliver. I mean, no offense to this guy, but am I looking at this guy and saying, I wish he worked with me? No, not at all.
meet with him and do a presentation.
What time was the meeting scheduled for?
Could have been 11 or 12, I'm not positive.
So she arrives before that meeting, right?
Yes.
Angela Waller. Wow. What a cool name. Almost sounds like a Aboriginal, you know. A wallaby. Angela Wallaby.
After she arrives there, does she stay a long time there at your house in West Jordan or not?
I don't remember anything before that event. And that meeting might have been the first time I think she came straight to that sit down with me because of the time she was showing up. And then she actually was with me during that sit down.
All right, so she was there during the meeting. Right?
Yes. Yes, she actually followed me in her car there.
How far away was the meeting in terms of travel from your house to the restaurant? How far was it?
A mile.
And on the way from your house to the restaurant, you say you're driving your own car. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Is she driving her own car?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yes. Yes, she was for sure.
So she's driving her car, and as you're driving to this place, does something happen?
We get pulled over by a police officer.
When you say we, did you get pulled over too?
No, I was in front of her. So the police officer, her car was behind mine. Police officer was behind hers.
You know, what's really obvious with Jodi in certain witness statements is how
Restaurant,
much
you say you're driving your own car. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Is she driving her own car?
she's
Yeah.
aware of her presence as how it relates to the perception of the jury, right? And I just think she could have done a whole lot better. You know, she, like, maybe this isn't a good example, but let's.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yes.
And-
Yes, she was for sure.
So she's driving her car, and as you're driving,
Right, so she's doing something at the moment, right? Seems to be left-handed. But I think she's sketching left-handed because that gives you a totally different thing to, a basis to work from, right? You're limited. If it's not your dominant hand and you sketch with your left hand, you're going to end up with more abstract references than if you used your dominant hand, which could be, abstract. And that's probably the thing in her shit paintings that she sells that aren't very good. The only reason that they're good is because you're going, man, this was made by that chick. You know, that's what's interesting about them, is because you're going, shit, the girl that did that made this painting. But the thing is that the actual visual aspect that makes them seem unique is probably just because she's using her left hand to do them. And she makes this big thing on the stand like, oh, I'm ambidextrous. You know, sucker.
To this place, does something happen?
We get pulled over by a police officer.
When you say we, did you get pulled over too?
No, I was in front of her. So the police officer, her car was behind mine. Police officer was behind hers.
And who did he pull over? Both of you, her or you?
Jodi.
And what did you do when the police officer pulled her over?
Just sat there, looked in my rearview mirror at them talking to each other.
And how far from your house, or how much had you traveled before she was pulled over?
700 yards. I mean, we pretty much got pulled over right away.
And after your
700 yards? Why not 650 or 725? You know, I mean, 700 yards. That's like you're leaving your driveway and you immediately get pulled over, right? 700 yards. For having her license plate upside down. And, you know, if you're familiar with the case, you'll know that she had this whole big story about, oh, I was at Starbucks and some skater kids came to my, you know, when I came out of the Starbucks, some skater kids were running away from my car laughing to each other. And I got back and I got in the car and I left. But I saw what could have been a license plate in front of me, but I didn't think that it was mine. What the hell is that story? I'm trying to remember the rest of it. Hang on. It's like she goes off on this tangent about the license plate. And it's like, well, why is your license plate upside down? Oh, the skater kids took my license plate off and put it upside down. Really? I've never heard of that happening. Does that happen? Anyone in the comments, let us know if that's happened to you. Do scaredy kids come to your car at the Starbucks and turn your license plate upside down? I mean, you know, that wouldn't happen in Portugal. Seriously. If kids have that much time on their hands in America, well, I don't know. They need to get folding some fucking shirts at Target. Or something, you know. Pick oranges. Whatever. You can do what you can do. You know what I mean?
watching in the rearview mirror, what are you seeing?
He's talking to her, and eventually, it didn't look like he gave her a ticket or anything.
Why do you say that?
Because I didn't see him hand her anything. Maybe he gave her a warning. I'm not sure. I was trying to figure out if she got a ticket or not, but I didn't really find out the story, I don't believe, until we went to the restaurant. I might have got out and talked to her there. I don't think so. I think we went over to the restaurant before I got the story what happened.
Okay, so you went to the restaurant and you had the story. What was the story that she told you?
She said it was a funny story. You know, he pulled her over because her back license plate was upside down. And then I asked her how that would happen. And I think she had, what she told me is she was coming out of a Maverick or a restaurant or something like that. And
Where? What?
sometime on her trip to get to my house.
All right.
And when she came out, there was these kids that were goofing around at the front of her car with her front license plate. And when they saw her, they were laughing. They dropped the license plate and took off. And she told me she thought that was the only thing they did. So she just took that license plate and put it in her back seat, or maybe put it back on. I don't remember. But she thought that that's all they did. But what she told me is that apparently they also switched my back license plate and turned it upside down. And so that's why the police officer pulled her.
Hey, Ida and Mary and Carrie. Good to see you.
Over. So we laughed about it, and that was it.
Do you know whether or not you helped her reaffix the license plate right side up?
I honestly don't know. I think I might have fixed it for her, but I cannot remember.
So then you go to this meeting, the meeting is completed and she's there, right? Is what...
How would you not remember that? Only a month after the said events, it was revealed that the woman who was visiting you had been arrested for the incredibly brutal, vicious homicide of her former lover. You know, I think you would know whether or not you helped her with her license plate. I'm not saying this guy has anything to hide, but how would you not know that? Let's listen to it again.
Reaffix.
That was, but what she told me is that apparently they also switched my back license plate and turned it upside down. And so that's why the police officer pulled her over. So we laughed about it, and that was it.
Do you know whether or not you helped her reaffix the license plate right side up?
I honestly don't know. I think I might have fixed it for her, but
Oh, well, you know what, guys? Kerry Louise says there are no shirts left at Target. They have all been shoplifted already. You know, I mean, yeah. And that's kind of built into the price, right? For everyone else that pays. It's like, yeah, well, probably 20% of these shirts are going to be shoplifted. But that will cost us less as a company than to employ the proper training and staff to deal with these thefts. So if we could just offset that cost to the customer, that'll be best for our board members. And Target are all happy going, yeah, that's really good. That's a good business decision. But, you know, who gets fucked in the ass? You. You and you and you. And me. And you. And me and you. Together. It's terrible. Anyway, back to Ryan Burns.
I cannot remember.
So then you go to this meeting, the meeting is completed and she's there, right? Is what you told us.
Yeah, and she's had to sit down with me probably around 11 or 12.
After that, where did the two of you?
Carrie Ann T, so good to see you again. I wish you were from Kentucky, you know, because it almost seems like your name, Carrie Ann T, could be an anagram of Kentucky. If we just, you know, said it wasn't you, you know, it was a Kentucky. You know, could we do it? Carrie Ann T to Kentucky. No, we need two T's. Can and another K or C. Anyway, back to Ryan Burns. Fucking sidetracked by the chat.
You go.
We went back to my house.
Okay, and when you go back to your house, what do the two of you do?
We talked for a while. I think we agreed that we were.
Yeah, what when you go back to your house, what do the two of you do? This is where it starts to get a little bit awkward. And bless him, Ryan Burns, Mr. Ryan Burns, has not been sufficiently prepared for what to expect in questioning or how to answer those questions in a way that both satisfies the record but also you know, maintains his I don't want to say dignity, but you know what I mean? Like it's uncomfortable.
We're
Bless
going to
him.
watch a movie or something like that. And that's what we did. We turned on a movie.
And what happened during the movie?
At some point, I mean, we were talking and we kissed.
And did this kissing continue, or did it just stop at one kiss?
Eventually, we kissed probably many times. Every time we started kissing, it got a little more escalated.
And with regard to the physical contact beyond,
You know, I almost think the point where he, well, I shouldn't say. I shouldn't. No.
the kissing, was there any of that?
Clothes never came off. You know, at some point, she was kissing my neck. I was kissing hers. But clothes never came off.
How about your hands?
Yeah, my hands were, I never touched her breasts or anything like that.
The most painful part of this is that he's approaching something that he feels uncomfortable to talk about as if he's comfortable to talk about it because it's in a setting that he doesn't understand. It's, oh my god, it's a little bit painful, isn't it? Let's see it again.
And did this kissing continue, or did it just stop at one kiss?
Eventually, we kissed probably many times. Every time we started kissing, it got a little more escalated.
Yeah, it got a little more escalated because, you know, of my huge suit. You know, I had to put a compressed air pump into her clothing and pump her up so that she was at least the same size as me. Man, Ryan Burns, what are you doing? Like, you like absolutely should be under legal counsel. Just for testifying. You know, you should have been fully prepped. But actually, you know, he's a state's witness, right? He's a state's witness because what is he showing? What is he showing the jury? He's showing the jury that Jodi manipulated him and that lied to him and that set it up so that she would be at an appointment with him very closely following the murder. You know, almost, well, 700 miles away on a good run. You know, that's 12 hours of anyone's money. More. 15. Hell of a drive. Through that country, I don't care if you got Highway 5, Highway 15, whatever. Doesn't matter. How's it so? Anyway, back to the jury or the trial.
And with regard to the physical contact beyond the kissing, was there any of that?
Clothes never came off. You know, at some point, she was kissing my neck. I was kissing hers. But clothes never came off.
How about your hands?
Yeah, my hands were.
Oh man, clothes never came off. Can we leave it at that? You know, can we leave it at that? How about your hands? Yeah, well, my, you know, my hands. I mean, one of my hands was, and the other was, well,
some point, she was kissing my neck, I was kissing hers, but clothes never came off.
How about your hands?
Yeah, my hands were, I never touched her breasts or anything like that. At one point I had my hands on her thigh.
You see, it's lines like that, you know, and I'm sorry, Ryan, you know, I'm sure you've looked at this yourself over the years, and it's okay. You know, you are who you are today, not this person here. You know, I never touched her breasts or anything like that. You know, he acts like that would be an issue, right? It wasn't like that. I never touched her breasts. You know, there's clothes on.
She was, you know, she was definitely seemed to be into the moment, and, you know, eventually we stopped.
Before you stopped, did your hands ever go near her vaginal area?
Yes.
When you say that you stopped, at any point did she say to you,
You know. And before you stopped, did your hands go anywhere near her vaginal area? Yes. I mean, come on, that's got to be funny for anyone's money, huh?
we need to stop, or how was it that it came?
I don't think really either one of us had said, please stop. We both just stopped. I mean, part of our conversations with each other were about her religious views and my religious views. And I didn't want her to regret her trip, you know, there. I didn't want that to happen. So
don't be so hard on yourself, Ryan. You know, she might not regret her trip. You could give her the time of her life, Ryan. Come on. Step up, Ryan. I didn't want her to regret her trip, so I backed off. Okay. Again, I don't know how things run out there.
So, you know, at some point we stopped, but it wasn't necessarily her stopping me or me stopping her. I didn't want to go any further for her to regret the trip.
During this interlude that you are having, what was her demeanor? Was she upset? Was she happy? What was her demeanor?
I mean, it just seemed like the person I'd be talking on the phone.
Remember, guys, to like, share, leave a comment. If anyone wants to support the channel, there's a link in the description for buymeacoffee.com where you can buy us a coffee.com or Patreon. But I checked the link for Patreon and there's nothing there. There's no account. So we still have to create that. But there's also memberships, guys. And those are just getting better and better. That's it. Back to the video.
Just meeting her in person. There was never a moment where it felt awkward or anything like that.
At any time while this is going on, did you grab your hand?
Lee, good to see you. I've got to skip to your comment straight away. Oh, isn't it, Lee? I was just saying before you got here, or maybe, well, before you commented at least, that she majorly missed a bag, right? Playing wrong to the jury. And I think she just can't control her boredom. She's just like, okay, Ryan Fitzpatrick is going to testify. Let him testify. He stole $1 million from me. Oh no, wrong case. Albert, how you doing?
And say, don't put it here, don't put it there, anything like that. Is that a no?
No.
And so later on, what did the two of you do?
Later on, we had, I don't know if anything else happened before this, but we had to get to the business briefing.
And where was the business briefing?
Sandy again, same location as the training the night before.
And what time was the business briefing?
The business briefing was at 7 p.m.
And so you get back probably around 1, so it's 1 to 7 that you and she are together, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
So 1 to 7 we're together, yeah.
And did you finish watching the movie that you guys
I don't know if we did.
So what happens with regard to the business briefing? Do you go by yourself?
I gotta read this out. I mean, what is this? Carrie Ann T. This is in response to me trying to spell Kentucky with the letters of her name, and she has put here Carrianetaki. Close. Nice.
Or do you go with
No, we go together. I think she drove with me. I think I was just going to take her back to her car. She might have followed me there. I don't remember that. But we showed up definitely together at the same time. And she, obviously people were surprised to see her there. A few people knew who she was, and obviously knew she was from California, and asked her, said hi and what she's doing in town.
With regard to her hair color, when you met her, what was her hair color?
Blonde.
When she came over to
Yeah, Carrie Louise, Ontario is too upmarket for Target. You got Hugo Boss outlets. You got Louis Vuitton outlets. You got Calvin Klein. Outlets everywhere. Ontario. It's crazy. You just go to the outlet. Everything's like 30% of the price that it should be. You can get Levi jeans for like $18. It's great.
West Jordan, what was her hair color?
Dark brunette.
And during the time that you and she are alone in the afternoon, did you notice her hands?
That's a point. I'd hat 3 more subscribers and we hit 1,000. Well, there's got to be 3 people in this stream right now that are not subscribed. Go and subscribe to the channel. There's more content coming out, a lot. Live content. Subscribe, and then we hit 1,000. We only need 3. We only need 2. 2 more. And we only need Idaho, Utah, Wyoming, North Dakota, Iowa, Kentucky, West Virginia, Delaware, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Hawaii. And then we start on Guam and Costa Rica and Okinawa. I don't think that. No. Back to the video.
Yeah.
And did you notice whether or not she had any injuries or cuts to one of her hands?
She had 2 small bandages, it seems like, on one of her fingers, or a couple of her fingers.
Did you and she talk about that?
Yeah, either then or we did at some point. Yes.
And what did she tell you about those cuts?
She worked at Margaritaville, and I guess she broke a glass and she cut her finger.
Well, I'm not asking you to guess. I'm asking you to tell me what she said.
We
know that you weren't there and you don't know. I'm just telling you what
she told me. She worked at Margaritaville and she'd cut her finger.
And how did she cut her finger at Margaritaville?
I think she told me she broke a glass and cut her finger.
So you go to this training, and how long does this training last?
About an hour.
And then what happens after that?
We get a whole bunch of buddies again, and we go out to Chili's.
No, did they train you how to go to the suit shop and try one on and see how it fit? I mean, what is with this suit? And it's weird because the flag next to him looks kind of baggy, and his suit is so baggy.
And that's we went over there and talked for probably 2 hours, 2.5 hours, something like that.
At any time during this evening, what was her demeanor like? Was she crying at any time? Was she upset at any time? What was her demeanor like?
I mean, the only time, I mean, she was fine. She was laughing about simple little things, just like any other person. I never once felt there was anything wrong about the day. I felt like socially, the first time I ever saw her in a crowd, I thought she was she was much more comfortable one-on-one. That was the first time I noticed she was a little awkward in social areas, and it seemed like she didn't talk very much to some other people. And some other people would talk about that a little bit, but it just wasn't the Jodi I knew, because one-on-one she was very talkative and insightful and very different.
So it seemed like in social situations, she was a bit more inhibited and shy.
Yeah, a little shyer, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And with you, that's not how she was when you were alone with her, right?
Not at all.
Did she leave then to go back, or did you guys make it back to your place?
We made it back to my place.
About what time was that?
Later, 11, maybe.
And when you got back, what did the two of you do?
I think we turned on a movie again. Maybe it was the same one we were watching. Maybe it was a different one, but we were tired. We fell. She had to get back to Margaritaville. That was why she couldn't come forwarding with us the next day. She almost was going to stay with us, and everybody was, telling her to. But she seemed to think about it. But it got to a point where she felt like, no, she couldn't. She's got to get back to work. And so we left. But sometime as we left, she said, "You don't have to leave right now." And so I said, well, we can go back to my place again if you don't want to leave right away. And so we went back to my place, and we took a nap.
All right. And when you awoke, describe for me what happened.
I don't know how long we were sleeping. The second we woke up, we were kissing.
And what else happened?
She got on top of me pretty aggressively, and we were.
See, this is where he should have been schooled. How do you answer this question clinically to save yourself the public humiliation of what this guy's just about to put himself through? Because he didn't have proper preparation, right? Someone should have pulled this guy aside and said, listen, legally, this is what you should do. You want to help your friend? This is what you should do. No one did that.
We took a nap.
All right. And when you awoke, describe for me what happened.
I don't know how long we were sleeping. The second we woke up, we were kissing.
And what else happened?
She got on top of me pretty aggressively, and we were kissing.
When she got on top of you pretty aggressively, where was her genital area compared to yours?
I mean, she was right on top of me.
And you guys were kissing, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And how long did this encounter take?
Maybe a few minutes.
And during that time, was there a decision to go forward or a decision to stop?
We just stopped.
And you partly made that decision, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
At any time, did she say, stop, don't go forward, don't do anything else, anything like that?
Neither one of us did. It was kind of the same feeling I had. We just stopped.
Anything about her demeanor that indicated to you that she was upset about anything at that point?
Not at all.
In terms of you were around her for that day, did you form an opinion based on your contact with her and being around her as to her strength and how fit she was?
She's very fit.
Good. You said what?
She's very fit. She was in good shape.
And in terms of her strength, did you form an opinion?
Yeah, Albert says that this guy needs a tailor. Also learn to pull down the suit in the back to smooth out the folds around the collar like newscasters. Well, everybody in this courtroom seems to have, well, apart from maybe Jodi, She seems to have the only clothes that fit Kirk Nurmi's suit. I mean, he's such a big guy, especially in this. He's like really he's at the largest size that we've seen him as a public figure in this matter and any others. You know, he's at the largest size that we've seen him, and his suit is probably built for him, but it's still wrong. And then Juan Martinez, you know, I mean, I almost think like he's a kind of Cherokee bird spirit or something, you know. He has this suit that comes down like feathers, like one of those crows from Dumbo.
Based on that night.
We were instant messaging back and forth. So at some point, I complimented her on being very feisty, and was kind of referring to she's a lot stronger than she looks.
I complimented her on being feisty, and I was talking about how she's a lot stronger than she looks. God, terrifying.
During this encounter, after you wake up, did she ever, and the phrase may have been, adjust you in any way while this encounter was going?
Did she adjust you in any way during this encounter? Yes, she did. She she adjusted my pants. She took them off, and then they were off.
Going on.
Well, that's what I mean. When we woke up, we were kissing, and then she eventually kind of grabbed me and adjusted me a little bit, and that's when she got on top of me and we were kissing.
And were you able to feel her strength at that point?
Yeah.
And did you form an opinion again throughout the day and as part of that as to her strength?
Yeah, she's strong.
At any point, did you ever kiss her stomach?
Yes.
And were you able to see her stomach in terms of whether or not she was in shape?
Yeah, close to a six-pack, yeah.
You said it was close to a six-pack?
That's what she was even talking about in our MSN or our instant messaging through Google. Yeah.
And after you stopped, what happened? Did she stay or did she go? Or what happened?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I kept on reminding her she had to get to work. That's what she was telling people at the dinner, and that was kind of the whole reason she had to go. And she said she wanted to stay just a little while longer, and we stayed maybe a few more minutes is all. And then just kind of walked her out to her car and said goodbye.
What time was it?
Just want to put a special message out there because of a comment I received the other day, and it was about servers. And I just wanted to say that servers are, it's such an amazing field to work in. There's so many degrees of how that experience can be, and it can rate highly on all of them. If you have good service from someone who's bringing you food or even a drink, it just, that's why we go out to eat or to drink. It's just the best thing. And what else can we say about servers? I don't know. There's this. Well, no, we need to give that more consideration. Play the video.
What was that? Any idea?
1 p.m., 1 a.m. possibly. It was later. Could even be later than that. I don't remember.
One of the things that you indicated to me was that there was this sort of instant messaging part or component of your relationship.
Yeah. Yeah, we would talk, and every once in a while, if I noticed she was online or if she noticed I was online, we both had a Google account, I believe. And so you can kind of tell when they're on, and so you can just kind of write a little message, and a few of our conversations were through that.
Describe for me how that's different, if you know, from emailing, in other words.
I mean, it pops right up on the screen if you've got your Gmail open. And so if somebody says, hi, it pops right up, and you can reply, and then you can almost carry on a conversation while you're doing other things. But I mean,
Yeah, Maria, you know that thing when you're like, I'm not wealthy, but I've been at dinner at with wealthy folk paying, and then they get the bill and they put on their glasses and they look at the bill and they go through everything on the bill. And if there's like, well, we didn't have that pate. You've put pate here, but we didn't have any pate. They'll say to the guy, hey, you need to take off this pate. It's nuts. Rich people really look at the money. If it were a not so wealthy person paying, they just say, how much? It's funny.
it's kind of like a text message back and forth. It's immediate. You're both responding right away. And sometimes you're even responding to things that are 2 or 3 questions away, so it can kind of be kind of confusing.
Let me show you exhibit number 284. Go ahead and take a look at it. Are you familiar to who that is sent?
Yeah, this is from Jodi Arias on May 30th.
And who's it sent to?
Me.
And it has, without reading it, it has something on there, right? Something written.
Yeah, what she wrote me.
If I could have that back. Move for the admission of exhibit 284.
No objection. 284 is admitted.
Let's take a look at 284, and if you look at your computer there, I think it'll pop up for you.
Yes, I see it.
And this is from her to you, and what does she say in this message dated May 30th of 2008 at midnight, 12:21 a.m.?
It says, hey there, handsome, this is a test.
The fact that it says this is a test, do you know whether or not this is the first contact that you had via this messaging system?
Yeah, it could have been. I don't remember being too familiar with using it too much before this. Yeah.
And you didn't send this though, right?
No.
Take a look at exhibit. Well, let me show you another exhibit. 287. Take a look at it.
Yeah.
Is it the same sort of message, and it's between you and her?
Yeah, it's just, this one's on 6/23.
All right. I move for the admission of exhibit 287.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, when we approach.
You may.
What's going on? Nothing. Just look at this face. How is acting like that in front of the jury gonna help her? Look at it. Just looks like an evil killer.
.287 is admitted.
It indicates it's from you.
She's got these. Her mother's a twin, right? There's always these twins in the courtroom. I mean, you couldn't get more commedia dell'arte if you tried.
To Jodi Arias, right?
Yes.
In reading this, it appears that it says at the top, but it's always great to hear from you when that says me, and then directly underneath it, it says Ryan's PPL. Are you me or Ryan's PPL?
I'm Ryan's PPL.
And in terms of reading it, it does say that it's always great to hear from you. You do the same, referring to something, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the conversation looks like it starts at the bottom, like it
So-
goes the other way.
So it
That's
would
the
be,
last thing that was said.
so it would actually read, if we're going to read this conversation, her saying to you, hey, hottie biscotti, what's new, right?
Yeah, that probably would have been the first.
Is hottie biscotti a pet name she gave you, or is that just something that's in this text message or message?
I didn't.
Yeah. Beware of people that use that thing where they have this like rhyming cute name. That's dangerous.
She might have said it a few times. I don't remember her calling me that on a regular basis.
And then it says Ryan's PPL, it says, hey, you what's,
Probably what's up. I just didn't type it. You're not really spell checking yourself as you're going through this.
and then me, which would be her, says, actually, I'm just running off to work. And you responded with what?
Okay, have a great day.
And then what did she respond?
Remember, this is 2008, guys. That's like what? That's like 16 years ago. This was new technology. There wasn't even WhatsApp. They're on MSN.
She said, you do the same, but it's always great to hear from you.
There were other such conversations between the two of you, right?
Yeah.
Was there a conversation that took place in which she discussed the breakup with Travis Alexander?
Not too often, but we talked so much that, yeah, I mean, a few times we talked about it.
And take a look at Exhibit 286 and see if you recognize it and whether or not that's a conversation where she talks about the breakup.
Yeah, this is a,
You know, I don't think she should have worn the glasses while sitting down. Maybe on the stand. Well, not on the stand either, really. I don't think this glasses thing, you know, she could have got contacts. The whole glasses thing was a defense strategy. It's like at the end of Casino, when they all go in, all the old dons go in, infirmed, with oxygen masks.
a few days after she was, we were together in West Jordan, and we did talk about, yeah, we did talk about the breakup here, a little bit about some of the things that happened, and yeah.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 286.
And I just think after seeing Judge, I think her name is Jessica Stevenson. I think she severely wanted to put Jodi Arias to death and just say, you're getting the death penalty. But she did not get that privilege.
I'm going to object again, same objection.
Please approach.
Oh, is it about to start cross?
Submitted.
Sir, let's go ahead and take a look at parts of Exhibit 286. This is page 2 of 9. We see the me is who?
That's Jodi.
And the Ryan's PPL is who?
It's me.
Me does indicate something there. Why don't you read to us what that sentence or that whole section says?
You want me to read it or just say what I
No, it's
remember?
just whatever it says, starting with anyway.
Anyway, back to Travis real quick. And this is Jodi. Anyway, back to Travis real quick.
I think Ryan was asking whether he should read the whole thing or have it read out like he plays himself and Juan Martinez plays Jodi, which I think would have been better. That would have been great. Because when Juan Martinez reads Jodi, man, I mean, I'm not saying it actually sounds like her, but he gets it bang on, if you know what I'm saying. Where's the play button?
Like, he's a great person, and I wouldn't want to edify him as anything else. We all have our character flaws. We've seen each other at our absolute worst and our best. We are just fundamentally different.
This is page 4 of 9. If you start reading with me from the bottom and read up for me. And
From where
me
you're pointing?
Me is Jodi Arias, correct?
What, you want me to start on well?
No, where it says yes. Uh-huh.
Well, there is a little more.
What is
Laugh out loud, LOL. Laugh out loud. The whole time we were seeing each other after we broke up, he had another girlfriend. I had no idea. He didn't tell me about her here, but her probably until after they broke up.
let me see if I can get this to focus in a little bit.
There you go. That's better.
Okay.
But I felt so bad this time I was the other girl. I wanted to tell her, but that would have caused a lot of unnecessary drama and pain. Anyway, since she asked what time it was, I decided to text her back, quote, "Time to cuddle with Jodi, good night." Then I deleted the message, went to sleep, and never mentioned it to him.
Let's continue on.
I just got stuck on that quote of "this time I was the other girl." What does that mean? You know, it means at other times she wasn't the other girl. This time I was the other girl. Or that at other times there had been another girl. That would also be consistent. And she was saying this to Ryan. Okay.
What did you say?
I said, "Oh man, that is intense."
And she responded,
But it got to the point where I couldn't keep it in anymore. I confronted him. We broke up, and I kind of wish that was the end of the story. But he is very persuasive, and we continue to see each other, even though we were no longer boyfriend, girlfriend.
so she talks about this text message.
Persuasive. I think that should be listed as a word in the deception detection. Maybe we should build a book. You know, when someone says, "Oh, they're very persuasive," they're just putting responsibility elsewhere other than their own decision. You know, "Oh, we had to have that other drink because they're very persuasive." Yeah.
message and what she did with it, right?
Yeah.
As part of her coming out there, did you and she continue on talking about what it was that you might do when she came out there to see you?
Before she came the first time?
Right.
Yeah. We talked about maybe watching a movie, going on a hike. We just mentioned some things that she can do while she was out here in Salt Lake.
Take a look.
Yeah, we were going to watch a movie. I suggested This Bug's Life, or is it A Bug's Life? A Bug's Life. Or That Bug's Life. Whatever it is, the one with I think it's about an ant or two ants. They get lost. And I don't know. I did go to see Ants, but that was a different movie about ants. But I think, great things come in pairs. And there were two great movies about ants that happened, close to the same time, within the same year, I think. Maybe 99, 98. Good time.
Look at 285. Does this sort of summarize your conversations regarding what the two of you might do?
Yes. This is, before she came.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 285.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may. Is admitted.
While they're marking that, let's take a look at a couple more lines from Exhibit number 286. And this is page 3 of 9. Read the part that says, me.
Then while we were in Huntington Beach, he fell asleep and a text message came through from a girl that said, "Sorry, I didn't get back to your last text. What time is it there?" I tried, okay, and then up. So of course, I read the last text he sent her and it said, "I really miss you. Gosh, I'm making myself look so bad." This is still her. "I had a really strong gut feeling. I'm not saying I'm psychic, but I've been cheated on twice before, and it's a very distinct feeling, one that I cannot ignore." So I asked him gently about it, and he got really angry, and it led to an argument. He said I was crazy to think that, so I left it alone. But the feeling persisted, and one day while he was taking a nap, I took his phone and read his text messages. Bad, I know.
But the feeling persisted. Can you see that? I mean, again, if you ever read or hear, "but the feeling persisted," look at the surrounding facts, because they're probably not in order. What's the whole message?
Asked him gently about it, and he got really angry, and it led to an argument. I asked strong gut feeling. I'm not saying I'm psychic, but I really. So of course, I read the last text he sent her, and it said, "I really miss you. Gosh, I'm making myself look so bad." This is still her. I had a really strong gut feeling. I'm not saying I'm psychic, but I've been cheated on twice before, and it's a very distinct feeling, one that I cannot ignore. So I asked him gently about it, and he got really angry, and it led to an argument. He said I was crazy to think that, so I left it alone. But the feeling persisted, and one day while he was taking a nap, I took his phone and read his text messages. Bad, I know.
And exhibit number 285, for example, you talk at the bottom about getting sushi and that sort of thing, but basically it just talks about what your plans are when she comes out, correct?
Yeah, she had said that about getting sushi or something.
Did you and she also text message each other back and forth?
Yeah.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
No other questions from the direct examination of Juan Martinez for the state of Arizona, the great state of Arizona. Now moving to Kirk Nurmi's cross.
Cross-examination.
Moment, Your Honor.
I love how, look at this picture. I mean, can we zoom in? What's he doing? You know? What's the deal with that? He's always got his leg up and looking at a magazine or paper. I hope there's no sidebars.
Morning, Mr. Burns.
How you doing?
Let me start out today. I want to talk to you a little bit. I think what you told us was that you met Miss Arias in Oklahoma City.
That's right.
Okay. And that was at a, I think you call them convention for people that go, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned having a conversation with her after a meeting or a ceremony, if I understood you correctly.
Yeah. It was like a specific team breakout session. So it's a little bit smaller than the entire convention. It's just a closer knit team.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you began to talk to her after that. Do you remember how long that conversation was?
It couldn't have been more than a few minutes. It was quick. Didn't spend a whole lot of time.
You see what I mean about the suit? Everyone in this suit, everyone in this story has a strange suit story, right? And Kirk Nurmi's story is, what is it? It is well fitted, but he's making it look strange. I mean, it looks good. Looks like a good suit. Good definition. You know. Good cut. Sleeves. Correct. Bit of shirt cuff. Ring. But it still looks weird. You know? Oh, maybe it's just this case.
We were going to and from.
And what were your initial impressions of Jodi at that time?
She was nice, beautiful. That's what I remembered about her.
Okay. At this point in time of this convention in Oklahoma City, and it was April 2008, that was your recollection or thereabouts?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know a man by the name of Travis Alexander?
Yes. I knew who he was. I didn't know him personally.
Okay, so could you kind of describe that for us, what you mean by that?
Yeah, I maybe 3 months in the business, I was struggling, not doing so well. I was even thinking about quitting. And then at some
3 months in the business, struggling, not doing so well. Listen, man, if you're gonna get into a business like that, multi-level marketing, you need to make sure you've got 3 months covered. 6 months. You know, there's going to be an adaptation process, you know, and you'll maybe work well with it or not. But, you know, give yourself a bit of time. If you can. I mean, if you can't, don't do it. Think better. Think better.
point, Travis Alexander was flown into town as a guest speaker for Salt Lake City Market. And I attended that training and I was inspired by him. It kind of changed my business around. And that was my only encounter with him personally.
Okay,
And so I just, I kept going and did much better after that.
okay.
So his only encounter with Travis Alexander, the girl, the boyfriend of the ex-boyfriend of the girl that he, well, has got coming around his house and giving him all special kisses and that, yeah. Is someone that he's only ever seen on stage giving a lecture about how to be great in this business. That's gonna be a. He's gonna be starting to think, hey, if I'm seen with her, that will probably propel me in the strange shadow of the Rockies line of businesses that they have in these great plains. You know, I might get ahead if I'm seen with a woman like that used to date the top guy in these parts, right? The top guy, Travis. The man, the big T-man, Travis Alexander. Prepaid legal. Pinstripe.
Now, you also mentioned that sometime subsequent to this initial meeting with Miss Arias. By the way, was Mr. Alexander there when the two of you were speaking during that initial session?
I don't know. I don't remember him, so probably not
Okay,
being there.
all right. And as someone who was important to you, that you probably would have remembered
I
that.
probably would have recognized him. Yeah, probably. I mean, I know he was at the event, but not that specific event when me and her were talking and exchanged numbers.
Okay, gotcha. And you mentioned something, I believe it was a smaller team get-together where a gentleman by the name of Zion Lovinger, did I get that correct?
Yeah, Rabbit, I see this comment about Rabbit says, funny thing in the US South, when you see lawyers in seersucker suits that end up looking like slept-in pajamas due to the heat and humidity. Those guys wear bow ties too. It's a look. Yeah, like Colonel Sanders, right? Like that look. It's that length. It's that length of the blazer. You know. It's sort of 3/4. No, it's like 1/4 between the hip and knee. Something like that. Or maybe a little lower. Maybe 3/4. I don't know. But there's quarters involved for sure.
There?
Excuse me. Yeah, that was probably about a month after convention. We were playing pool downstairs.
Okay. So this was after the convention was over, it was just the two of you then, is that?
There was a bunch of people, and I can't remember whose house we were at, maybe Dave Hall's mom's house or something like that.
Okay.
But it was kind of a dinner get together with just the business people in Salt Lake and the Utah area.
Okay.
And eventually Jodi's name came up. And
do you remember the context of her name coming up at this meeting? It sounds kind of out of
it's been
place.
so long. I don't really remember if I brought it up or if he did. I'm not sure.
Okay. In between this initial meeting and the time her name was brought up in this meeting, pool or what have you, did you have conversations with Miss Arias?
I don't think so. I think it was about a 3 or 4 week break before we really started talking after that convention.
Okay. Tell me what you can recall about that conversation with Zion about Jodi.
She's cool. You should give her a call, something like that.
Okay. You mentioned that he was trying to play matchmaker between the two of you, I think was your words, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rabbit. Rabbit says Ryan is wanting to get Travis Alexander's girl like a trophy. Travis was a rock star in the MLM, multi-level marketing business, widely known. Traveled many locations to do inspirational speaking. Yeah, and I saw that one thing where he was saying something like, when you call someone up and they don't want you, what does he say? He says, when you call someone up and they don't want what you're selling, that counts. He doesn't stumble over his words like I do. When you call someone up and they don't want what you're selling, that counts. When you call someone up and they say no, that counts. Every time that you get one of those, cross one off the list. By the time the 100th one is crossed off the list, you won't be able to spend the money. That's great. That's great for anybody, let alone in his company.
Assumption, but yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, what did you mean by that?
He mentioned that I should call her, and I told her that I originally had her number, and I think I even asked him for it because I didn't have it anymore.
Okay. And did he express the reasons why you should call her?
Not really.
Overall, do you answer yes or no?
No.
Okay, but something he said must have motivated you to call her. Is that accurate? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And just so we're clear, you were single at this time back in April 2008, or maybe May when you had this conversation with Zion?
Yeah.
Okay.
At that point, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Yes.
Okay. And so did you take Zion up on his offer, and did you call Miss Arias?
I think if I remember right, I actually called her right there at that event.
Okay.
Because I believe the first time I talked to Jodi, I was at somebody else's house. It seems like I even found it. Yeah, there was a room that had a sitting room, and I think everybody was kind of out this way. And I started talking to her, and I actually went and sat in that room where there was nobody at, and we started talking, and we talked for quite a while.
Okay.
Seemed to hit it off pretty quick.
Okay. Do you remember how long quite a while was?
Could be 30 minutes. You could tell me it was 3 hours. I wouldn't remember at this
All right.
point.
Fair enough. But you remember it being a pleasant conversation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Was your, thinking of how to put this, was your interest romantic, if you will?
I mean, sure. I was interested in getting to know her better and possibly dating her. Yeah.
Okay. So what do you remember about that conversation? I mean, just other than it was pleasant.
We talked about the same kind of books.
So Maria Gabriel says that neither Martinez nor Nurmi practice law anymore. Stabby Arias is a man-eater, meaning that she not only killed Travis and killed everybody, but also took down these guys' professions, their practices. She does have a witch doctor like feel to her sometimes, doesn't she? Dark magic.
That we like to read. I mean, Atlas Shrugged, Think and Grow Rich, How to Win Friends and Influence People. And she kind of had just had a lot of the same interests. She was very good conversationalist on the phone. We just had a lot in common. When I initially met her, I mean, she's a businesswoman at a national convention entrepreneur. So I thought that was an attractive trait.
Okay.
Just all those kinds of things that sounded like somebody I wanted to get to know.
Okay. And
So Rabbit says MLM and sales in general is the hunt for the yes. No help. You find the yes customers. So keep it moving. Don't get depressed. Yeah, that's good advice. Hunt for the yes. Can you tell I was in sales? Yeah, well, I think people that understand sales are really drawn to looking at the justice system, looking at someone who is surely lying to us all, like Jodi, Arias here, or looking at an interrogation setting like Chris Watts or Russell Williams, and this is take Russell Williams for example, powerful man, head of CFB Trenton, colonel in all the pictures and the news, top guy at the base, right? Is in a room with another guy that's really highly trained in his field, and that guy's hunting him, hunting the colonel, and you put them in a room together, and we get to watch that. We get to look at it and go, yeah, fuck. Look what's going on here. And it's like, I don't know, to me it's way better than watching sport. Like, I don't know. It just is.
everything in that.
It's a chess match for your life, And I still think there should be a virtual reality where you can go and try and outsmart a detective like Jim Smith, or try and outsmart a suspect like Russell Williams, and just some sort of virtual reality where you could do that. That'd be great. I'd pay $30 to do that at the county fair.
That phone conversation, nothing dissuaded you from your initial feelings, right?
No.
Okay. You also mentioned, and I think this might be a good point to talk about, you mentioned the fact that in crowds, she was a bit of a shy girl, but in private, it was different.
Very different.
Okay. And I just wanted to, because it sounds like after the convention, when you first met her, you didn't see her in person again until June of 2008. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, that's the first time we ever met, was when she came on that
Okay.
road.
So
Outside of that.
what I was curious about, what I was asking about, and if you could explain it for us, is how did you draw that comparison? How did you make the comparison that she's a little bit different, engaging in conversation and shy in groups?
Hi, John.
Kind of
Sure.
John Duncan.
I mean, just when I talked to her, it was such a brief moment there in Oklahoma when I got her number. And then when we talked on the phone, it was just one-on-one, me and her, and she was very easy to talk to. There wasn't ever any awkwardness there. And I felt like I got to know her pretty well. She was funny. She just had a lot to say and a lot of insight on things. She asked a lot of questions. And, it just never seemed like there was ever a moment of awkwardness. Now, when we got together at the briefing, I started noticing, that she was a little shyer, when she was in a crowd. And, that's just something I noticed. I just noticed she didn't.
You know what, guys? I think if we look at the map, I mean, okay, we have Arizona, but not Utah, where this guy's from, right? Where Ryan Burns is from. He's all up here in Utah. Yeah. We've not got that. It's just a bit on that line, isn't it? That line of the Rockies. What is it about that line? Why is this guy going to all these briefings at the Cheesecake Factory? What is being achieved there? I would want to know that as the manager, right? I would want to know what is being achieved by all of these activities that you do. Because it just seems like these jobs that they have are just like, yeah, we're going to Cancun to jet ski and like pretend that we're rich. But really, we're just I mean, I almost think it's like the company say, okay, let's get these guys and give them free, like a really good life. And that'll make the next line of recruits look at them and be able to visualize their lives as them and say, okay, we're going to do really well here, And maybe that they have a theory, a business theory, that will make it easier for new recruits to go, okay, if they're at the heights, we can get at the heights with this company. And that Travis Alexander and all these guys, this Ryan Burns, it was like, yeah, all you're doing is going to the Cheesecake Factory for these briefings. What is being achieved here, man? What is being achieved, Ryan? Come on, Ryan. I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyway.
Yeah, she's just a little shyer when she was in front of people.
Okay. And this briefing that you just mentioned, that was in June of 2008. That's when she came to Utah, right?
Right.
Okay.
That was a Thursday. Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you made contact with her in the March, February, or I guess
May,
it would have been,
probably.
I'm losing track of my months, April or
Probably
so.
May or end of April could have been.
Okay. When you had that contact, did you have any awareness of her dating Mr. Alexander, having a relationship?
No, in fact, at some point we had a conversation where she told me that they talked a couple times a week. And that actually shocked me because I talked to her for quite a bit of time. And I thought that relationship was long in the past. So when she mentioned that to me, I was kind of surprised that they were in. But then it made more sense as she explained that was her executive director. That was the one that kind of, and she also explained that at times she would help him put in applications and stuff with the company. And she was working with him as him being her mentor in the business as well.
Okay. So you said she had advised you that she helped him put in membership applications.
Yeah, I mean, she said a couple times a week they would talk business matters, but the relationship seemed to be far behind them.
Okay. Did she ever mention that she gave Mr. Alexander memberships so he could keep his numbers high?
Yeah, I think she did. Help him qualify for executive director if he was close. I don't know if she just mentioned she helped him in what way, but maybe, yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned, I think it might be a good time to kind of describe, you said to help him.
Oh, check this out, guys. Rabbit says, in Mormon culture, it is beyond negative and looked down upon to complain if another defrauded you, especially in insurance contracts. So legal insurance MLM would make a killing and huge dollars. Dollar bills, y'all. Well, yeah. It seems like most of the Mormon faith is just about these kind of inside community business arrangements that go around in a big spinning wheel and ultimately give a lot of money to the Church of Mormon, right? How does this work?
And maintain executive director, right? I think that's the word you used, right? What is that? What does that mean? Could you just
It's a bonus level in our company, and it just, you get paid a lot more if you qualify for it. And so it requires a certain number of applications that your team would process. At that time, I believe it was 75 memberships. And so if you only had 73 by the end of the month, you would still get paid director commissions, but not the executive director bonus. And so it's not a position you'd want to miss if you're close.
Okay, so it is there's financial reward for being a quote unquote executive director.
It is a big pay jump. And
okay.
Yeah.
You say big pay jump. Is there any way you can, I understand it's a commission-based business from what I understand anyway, I should say. Is that correct?
I mean, for example, my first month as a director, I made $6,000. My first month as an executive director, I had my first $10,000 month.
Okay.
So it was a $4,000 increase for me.
Okay. And would that also?
Well, that hits it home, doesn't it? I mean, that's pretty good. A $10,000 month in 2008. Very good. Very good. He's only, what, fucking 28 or something? Right. Very good. But maybe it's just to make him look like he's successful, so the next line of recruits come in and say, ooh, look at that guy. He's only 28. 10,000 a month they're paying him. We could do that.
So apart from the financial rewards, which obviously you just described are significant, are there, for example, status? Does this status allow you into certain places or certain meetings, or could you kind of define that for us?
Like an executive director banquet, for example, might be the only thing I could think you're referring to, or that.
Yeah, if it's not a banquet, it's a briefing. And if it's not a briefing, it's a course. And if it's, what is this? The cruise, the briefing, the banquet, it's all these big titles, right?
You would get, basically you just got paid more, but there would be certain incentives the company would put out that would be just for the executives. And so we'd have 1,000 or a couple thousand of us with us in our state or whatever that would go to an executive director banquet.
Okay.
So, I mean, there is incentives in that way. Yeah. Okay. And easier to get on the Cancun trips and that kind of stuff. The requirements are a little less for executives.
I see. Okay. Could you, and I know that the state showed you some of the instant message conversations you had with Ms. Arias between, well, not all of them, but some of which were between April and May of 2008 and June of 2008. Mm-hmm. And well, that was one medium you used to communicate, right?
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said you made phone calls as well.
Yeah, usually at night.
Phone calls.
My business was really picking up at the time, so I think she was busy during the day, and she knew I was busy during the day. So if I called her, she called me. Is usually around 11 p.m. at night when we were both kind of settling down.
Okay. Between this initial call you made at Zion's prompting and your meeting on June 4th or 5th of 2008, did you talk on a daily basis, a near daily basis? I'm sorry, I think I talked
4
over
or 5 times a week. Could be more even. Text messages throughout the day sometimes.
4 or 5 times a week, and you text message during the day?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. And these instant message conversations that we just saw a few moments ago, When do those typically take place and how often?
I don't think too often, because you usually would just call each other, we'd be texting. If we were both by a computer, when you're on Gmail, you can kind of see your contacts and who's actually online.
Okay.
And I think at one point she wrote, "Hi, this is a test," and then I was online and I responded back to her, and that's when we started kind of just talking that way.
All right. Tell us about these conversations and what were the subjects? You talked every day. What kind of things did you guys
Getting
talk
to
about?
know each other, her likes and dislikes. She'd ask me that. She'd ask me a lot of questions like, what are your hobbies? What do you like to do? What do you not like to do? What books have you read?
What do you like to do? What do you not like to do? Do you like digital anal? Like, what kind of questions is Jodi asking? I mean, I don't know. What kind of books have you read? It's a bit like when Charlie Edelson was like asked, and what did you discuss at the quote unquote celebration dinner? And you could tell he just hadn't really prepared, hadn't imagined a fake conversation, hadn't imagined a conversation like what that wasn't like, yeah, we got him, that damn Markel, we got him, and we got away with it too, and now we're out in Miami having sushi. Yes. He couldn't imagine a conversation that wasn't that, right? So when he was asked by Georgia Kappelman, he was asked like, okay, so what did you talk about at this dinner with Wendy just before she threw up at the table? And he was like, well, probably, how's the food? It's like his brain goes into, okay, human being sat at a dinner table, meal, 2 meals, sharing a meal, questions, could you pass the salt? No. How's the food? Pass. Okay. How's the food?
She'd ask me questions about, not too often, but a few times we talked about my dating history, what that was like, how that happened. Do I have trust issues?
In my dating history, my full long running dating history, God, you could line them up all the way from here to the moon and back, and there still wouldn't be enough room for all the women in my dating history. First, well, if we start backwards in time, there's you. And then, well, it gets a little tricky.
Does she have trust issues? We would talk about just whatever would come up.
Okay. You didn't have any conversations that could be characterized as phone sex?
Yeah, we probably did.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. What does phone sex constitute as if you're a Mormon? And what do I know? I mean, I'm not here to poke fun at Mormons, but they are pretty prude-ish, right? Yeah. Oh my God! It was a sex call. She asked me if I was wearing socks and what color they were, and I told her, and it was a sex call.
And when did those take place?
Sometime after she was there. After that.
Okay. But no, what I was specifically saying is between the time you met and the time you met in April and the time you met in June, there was none of that. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. And let me ask you, just so we're clear, because some of it came up, in April 2008 and June of 2008, between that period of time, did you have any moral or religious qualms against premarital sex?
I mean, ironically, it was kind of, I hadn't actually attended an LDS church for probably over a year at that time. And she would often tell me how she felt about, her religious beliefs, the Book of Mormon, how she felt. And I think that was kind of one of the big reasons why I didn't want her to regret her trip when she came, is because I certainly didn't want her going home feeling like she regretted her trip or she made a huge mistake or that she let temptation take over. And so, that was one of the things that kind of made me stop, when things were kind of getting a little heated between us. And so, yeah, it was more her expressing her religious beliefs and almost trying to bring me closer to God.
Okay, and you made that comment, I think, to, I know you spoke to Detective Flores on the phone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And we spoke a year or so
You
back.
came out to Salt Lake,
yeah. And that's, you said that very thing during one of those conversations, that she was trying to bring you closer to God.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that was during those phone conversations. And to your understanding, was she a member of your, I guess, former church at that time?
Yeah, she was. She was what they would call a convert. She was baptized later on. She wasn't grown. I don't think she wasn't raised in the church.
But,
Somebody.
She wasn't grown. She wasn't raised in the church. I think he was going to say grown, guys. She wasn't grown in the church. That's a little concerning to me.
Introduced her to it.
okay. Do you know who that someone was?
I've been told it was Travis.
Okay, but she did by her or did for someone else, or just gossip?
No, I think she told. Yeah, she told me. She told me in one of our conversations.
Okay, and did she seek to get you reinvested in the church? Is that
A little bit. I mean, yeah, she'd mentioned reading my scriptures and, yeah.
okay? And do you believe she was any reason to doubt her sincerity in that effort?
No.
Okay. During these conversations that you had, where you're talking about the scripture and your relationship with God, did she ever talk to you about, or confide in you, I should say, that she had a sexual relationship with Mr. Alexander?
Yeah.
Okay, tell us about that.
She told me that she never wanted me to say anything to anybody because she didn't want to de-edify him in front of people that knew him, but that they did go a lot further than they should have. I don't know if I ever heard her say they had sex, but it seemed like that's what she was saying. I didn't want to ask the specific question because I didn't feel like it was my business. But yes, at one point, maybe I did ask her, and yeah, I found out that they had sex together. Yeah.
Okay. And, you used the word edify, and that came up in the text, or excuse me, the instant messages you read a moment ago. That leads me to ask the question during these conversations, text messages, emails, whatever mode you use to communicate, did she ever badmouth Travis? Did she ever edify him?
Besides the conversation about him cheating on her and him being unfaithful, and she felt just not being honest with her. No, in fact, I always found it quite surprising that some of the people who, even after we found out, which I believe was 4 or 5 days after Travis was killed, we didn't know that for weeks.
Mr. Burns, if I could, let's just focus on
Sorry.
that period of time, okay?
Yeah.
She never edified him before June 4th.
She never said bad things about him, really.
Okay.
I mean, besides that, when she said the trust issue. besides that, he was a great guy. He inspired her. He was great, everything.
This trust issue and this cell phone and this response to a text message from another girl, you recall talking to that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Okay. Do you know which girl she was referring to?
No idea.
Okay. Do you know the period of time that we're talking about when she found this out?
I was under the assumption it was a long time ago. I didn't know if it was 6 months ago or 2 years ago. I really didn't know. And again, I didn't try to pry too much in that relationship. I didn't feel like that was, it just didn't, I didn't know how long ago it was.
Okay, fair enough. Do you recall when they broke up? Or did she ever advise you of that? When she became
It seemed
single?
like a year ago. I was under the impression, I thought, but it could have been 2 years prior. I don't remember having that conversation about when timeline.
Okay. Do you know if it was the infidelity that motivated this breakup? 'Cause I kinda got that impression.
From everything, Sorry. Okay.
Mr. Martinez, did you have an objection?
Objection, since that's not an evidence, i.e. that Mr. Alexander was begun faithful.
Since there were so many people talking at once, why don't you ask the question again? Please wait.
Sure,
In the event there is an objection, I need to respond.
absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Burns, there was some infidelity referenced in the instant message conversations we just saw. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it seemed like she didn't trust him. I don't know if he was doing stuff with other girls besides flirting and talking to other people.
Do you remember in your conversations with her, do you know if that was the reason that motivated them to break up?
Seemed like, yeah, that was what, I think at one point I even complimented her and I felt like she was full disclosure. I felt like she was telling me a lot more than she needed to and I didn't ask her to. And yeah, it seemed like the reason they broke up was because they didn't trust each other.
Okay. During one of,
You can tell when Kirk Nurmi thinks he's got something good in because he goes, "Oh, okay. So you're saying that Jodi told you that she couldn't trust him? Okay."
the conversations you had, you made a comment that something to the effect that Travis didn't want the relationship he had, and I think you referenced it a little bit earlier today. Travis didn't want their relationship to be public. Do you recall saying that, or?
Yeah, I think that was, that seemed like that was some of her frustration, that it didn't seem like the relationship was going anywhere. And I think and that's why she told me she moved away, because it just was, she explained it was hard to stop seeing each other when they were so close.
Okay.
So she moved away.
And when you say moved away, did she reference where she was moving to?
From Arizona to California. She moved away for that.
Okay. And I don't think you mentioned a specific city, but you mentioned when she returned to Northern California, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this would have been when, do you recall?
When she moved away from him?
Yes.
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Do you remember when she told you about that?
Just that was the end of it.
Okay. But you don't
Or that
remember,
she wished that was the end of it.
okay, but you don't remember when she moved. You don't just saying, "Hey, I'm moving," or anything like that. You don't
No,
remember
I
that.
don't remember
Okay.
her saying that to me.
But I still want to get back to my question about how Mr. Alexander didn't want their relationship to be public, which is something you've said in prior interviews. What did you mean by that? How did you get that impression?
It just seemed like they were just on the way to breaking up, and they kind of hooked up a few times after they had broken up. I think he, from the sounds of it, sounded like she wanted to move on, and it sounded like he wanted to move on.
Okay, so I want to, let me ask this a different way then. Did you ever see, and how long was this convention in Oklahoma City?
2 days,
2 days, okay.
sometimes 3 if you fly in the day before.
And I'm guessing the logistics of it was it's located at a certain hotel and everybody's.
It's the Cox Convention Center in Oklahoma.
Okay. And I certainly don't expect you to have an attendance total with me, but are we talking hundreds of people, thousands of people?
Well over 10,000.
Okay. And were there a social event? I mean, you talked about meetings or.
Yeah, well over 10,000 people coming to this briefing, this banquet, this meeting, this training. What is it? What are they doing? I think they just go to other people in the church. Ah, man, what is this? How is that valid commerce?
Social events, that sort of thing, correct?
Yeah, social events, parties. They do training throughout the day for about 8 hours. So you got 2 4-hour sessions then. And then usually after they'd have, dance parties, hanging out, all kinds of stuff going on.
Okay. And it sounds to me, from what you've told us in the past, is that you and Jodi had a fair amount of mutual friends. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was there any interaction with yourself and those mutual friends at the convention with Jodi there?
No.
Okay.
Just me and Jodi.
Only 6 likes, guys. What the hell? That can't be right. I'm going to check that right now. No, there's 19. Well, that's okay. No, it's. I didn't think this would be a very popular video, but it's just one I wanted to have a look at. It's Ryan Burns. No one even knows who he is if you don't follow Jodi.
I mean, I talked.
Video like Chris Watts, everybody come, right? Everybody want a piece of this shit. But Ryan Burns, who even knows who he is, really?
Those friends all the time there, but not with interaction with Jodi.
Okay. Did you ever see at this convention Travis and Jodi together as a couple?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see or hear of them together as a couple in any other forum?
Well, yeah, remember, guys, like, share, leave a comment. Ways to support the channel. There's super chat, super like, super thanks, super sticker, right? Great. And also links in the description for buymeacoffee.com, where you can buy us a coffee.com, or social networks where you can add us and interact with us and see us, and Discord as well, which is great.
No, that's why when we had a conversation that they had been talking twice a week, I was shocked because I thought they weren't talking to each other at all. I didn't know that.
Well, talking to each other could mean a lot of different things.
Sure.
Does that mean dating, or did you
Yeah.
have any sense of?
Speculation.
I don't know.
That's what he thinks.
Here's your question.
Did you have any knowledge of Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias spending time?
Oh, and we only need 2 more subscribers to reach 1,000 subscribers. Lots more Jodi Arias content coming out. Lots more Wendy Adelson, Dan Markell multiple murder trials coming out. Russell Williams coming out. Big series, Russell Williams coming out. Subscribe to the channel. Don't miss that. And also, what's the other one? Michael Dunn. Huge series coming out on Michael Dunn. You know, bags of stuff. Subscribe to the channel. Only 2 more subscribers and we hit 1,000. 1,000, guys. If you're watching this right now, subscribe to the channel if you're not, because if you're not already subscribed. But I bet 2 of you aren't. So do us a favor. That would be great. 1,000.
Together back in 2008.
Objection Foundation.
You may answer, overruled, you may answer yes or no.
No.
Okay. The conversing that you referenced.
We only need 1 more. The next person to subscribe will be the 1,000th subscriber. That's an honor in itself, isn't it? I mean, go and subscribe right now. It's at 999. The next person to subscribe will be the 1,000th subscriber on True Crime Metrix. You'll be the person that pushes us over that milestone. How exciting is that? Just to tell your friends, it was me. It was me.
A moment ago, you learned that knowledge through Jodi. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. A moment, Your Honor.
Shit, someone just unsubscribed. We need 2 more now, guys. 2 more to get to 1,000. Okay, we're at 998. A minute ago it was 999. We thought we just needed 1 more, but we need 2. So, and neither one of you are going to want to subscribe because you're both going to want to be number 1,000. Ah, man, what a nightmare.
And if I may approach, Your Honor. Yes. Mr. Burns, I'm going to hand you a copy of what's been marked as Exhibit 283.
Yeah, Matt Teomena says Michael Dunn destroyed his life over loud music. Yeah, we can't wait to do a full series on him. You know, I want to really make a show of him because he made a show of himself, right? What a story. It surprises me it's not like more front and center in the community, you know. Not that many people have heard of it compared to other cases. Huge thing. I think we're going to do a great series. I think everyone should make sure that they're subscribed to see that series. Wouldn't want to miss it. It's going to be fantastic.
Just to refresh your recollection about what I'm showing you, this was a, do you remember having some telephonic conversations with Detective Flores?
Yeah.
And that was back in the summer of 2008. Do you recall that?
Yeah. Probably middle of June, maybe later. I'm not sure.
Okay. What I'm going to do is ask you to read starting at line 7 of this exhibit on page 9.
Objection, improper impeachment. And if he's giving it to him to refresh his recollection, there's no question before the witness for his recollection to be refreshed about.
Counsel approach, please.
I love those questions in a courtroom. If there's no recollection to be collected by the reflection, then there really isn't any discussion for reflection of our complexion. You know, it's just like only legal minds could really, you know, straighten that out for us. But they know, which is what's important. Yeah, just a reminder, guys, we only need 2 more subscribers to reach 1,000. This is an urgent message to people in the stream to subscribe to the channel. You know, there's loads more coming. Loads more coming. Oh, we're on sidebar. Sidebar.
During that interview with Detective Flores,
During that interview with Detective Flores, do you recall him mentioning a vibrating egg?
comment.
I'm going to object because he's going to introduce the hearsay by asking him it. If he wants him to look at it, he can.
All right,
I'm asking for the subject matter. I'm asking a subject matter question, not for specific verbiage.
without referencing the specific statement, you may ask the question.
Do you recall referencing to telling Detective Flores that there was some discussions about people warning Jodi not to date Travis because he was a ladies' man?
Hey, thank you, Mary Bartlett, for the very generous $5 Florida-bound donation to the channel cause. Yes, fantastic. We love it. Welcome all super thanks, super chat, super sticker, super like, super subscribe. Only 2 more subscribers, guys, to get to 1,000. 1,000. You know what 1,000 people looks like? I do. I know exactly what 1,000 people looks like, and it's a big crowd.
Statement about what other
It's very nice to have you all here with us. Well, not quite. We only need 2 more.
people are saying. Hearsay.
Please.
Jodi breathing. Just Jodi breathing. Yeah, hand on the neck. Hand on the neck. If you do that, consider changing it. I don't think it's a good look for anyone. Hand on the neck. What is it conveying? Oh, I think we could do a whole episode on what that might convey. Try and not and do that in your life, people. And Ryan's just sat up there looking, doing his best impression of a businessman. I mean, to be honest, that's the sense that I get from these kind of high plains, shadow of the Rockies, Mormon business communities, is that they're all just pretending, right? And they've all got deals with one another that somehow benefit something else. It just doesn't really make any sense when you compare it to normal businesses, right? Normal, cutthroat, hard-slinging businesses, right? This just all seems like, yeah, we go to these banquets and meetings and briefings and buffets and and training at the MGM Grand and Cancun. Okay, well, where's the money? you know. Oh, too much of Jodi. Come on, Jodi.
Recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 1:25. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue.
You made a statement in your interview with Detective Flores, and since we're outside the presence of the jury, you said, and in fact, they told her to stop dating Travis because they felt like he was kind of a ladies' man. Do you recall that? What?
Yeah.
Okay. And Judge, I would just be asking what he meant by that. And what do you mean? What did you mean by that?
I mean, I think Travis had the reputation of just kind of being a fun flirt. And I don't know who you're referring to when I said they. It's 5 years ago, so I don't know who I'm referring to when I say they.
Okay. And I'm not asking you that. I'm just asking you what you meant by when you said that. Okay.
That he was flirtatious.
Okay. And the other comment you made directly subsequent to that is that he wasn't treating her right. Do you recall making that statement?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Do you know what you would have meant by that statement?
From conversations from what Jodi telling me that he had talked to other girls even when they were supposed to be together. That might have been what I meant.
Judge, as it relates to the objection, I don't know if we want to have this here in front of the witness or the argument.
Mr. Martinez?
With regard to that particular statement, that that's in exhibit number 283. They told her to stop dating Travis because they felt he was kind of a ladies' man. And who is this they person?
I just don't know.
Oh, yeah.
What did this they tell
You see, this is where, it was already a little bit awkward on direct examination with Juan Martinez, because of the kind of salacious nature of the topics, right? And I don't think Ryan was really sure on what was a good answer and an honest answer. But then Kirk Nurmi made it really uncomfortable on grass. But now they've had a break, Juan Martinez has come back and starts putting pressure on his own witness. Right? And it gets all uncomfortable again. Watch.
Tell you this, they felt he was kind of a ladies' man. And you know, who is this they person?
I just don't know.
When did this they tell you this information?
I don't remember saying any of that. I just don't remember how that conversation went. I just can't
Do you
remember.
have any idea what the motivation was for them to be saying that?
The only thing I can think of that would have given, no.
You know,
Mm.
I'm not asking you to speculate. Where were you when you heard, where you may have heard this?
That they shouldn't,
They told her to stop dating Travis.
I don't know. I don't know when I would have heard that. I don't know. I don't remember saying that. I just don't remember how that conversation was going.
What were the words that were used, other than your conclusion? They told her to stop dating Travis. What were the words that were used?
I just don't, I don't remember any of that.
And in terms of he wasn't treating her right, but then they were telling me, you know, who are the they that are telling you that he wasn't treating her right?
I mean, I really don't know who would have told me that. It might have been,
Well, without speculating.
yeah, that's what I mean. I could take a guess of who I might have heard that from. I don't know. Mm-mm.
With regard to what it was that the statement was, what was the statement that involved the treatment, his treatment of her? In other words, that he wasn't treating her right. What were the exact words?
I don't know.
In terms of Mr. Alexander, when Mr. Nurmi was asking you the questions, you said, well, he was a flirt, something like that. That was his reputation, right? Is that yes?
Yes.
What do you mean when you say he was a flirt?
Just talk to everybody, you know, and, you know, he was flirtatious. I don't know if Clancy told me that. I don't know who told me that.
I know, but what do you mean when you say that he's a flirt?
I didn't know enough about him, but I just knew he was a flirt. And that, you know, he was, I remember Clancy telling me, you know, at times that, you know, that just was him. And she was, you know, he would just flirt with everybody, just goofing around. Nobody really took it seriously. It seemed like, you know, obviously he's just a flirt. That might have been what I meant.
At least somebody named Clancy.
You know, what does this guy think when he sees like a normal movie? Like, I don't know, like Super Bad, or for God's sake, American Graffiti. Yeah. What is his concept of the world? Oh, well, he was just a flirt, and I wear a big suit.
Told you that he was a flirt. So that's Clancy telling you that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Clancy told me she was a flirt, and I wear a big suit. What?
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Nurmi, anything to follow up?
No, Your Honor, just argument I don't think is appropriate.
So his reputation was based upon what others told you, is that correct?
Right. I didn't know him. Yeah, personally. Mm-mm.
I think you may step down. Please return at 125.
Okay.
Mr. Nurmi.
Just before we have argument, I wanted to be ensured that the microphones are off. It appears he's going into the victim's room.
He's going through the victim's room. That's where he has his wallet and his money for lunch.
All right, we turned it all off. You may proceed.
Judge, ultimately, this isn't the objection that
He appears to be going into the victim's room. He's going through the victim's room. That's where he has his wallet and his money for lunch. Is that what we just heard? That's a fantastic line. If that was in a comedy, you would just think, where do they come up with this? You know, in a good way. Like, how do these great minds come up with this brilliant script?
That's where he has his wallet and his money.
he's going into the victim. Judge, before we have argument, I wanted to be assured that the microphones are off. It appears he's going into the victim's room.
He's going through the victim's room. That's where he has his wallet and his money for lunch.
All right, we turned it over.
What is hilarious about that? I don't know. You know, that's where he has his wallet and his money for lunch. Do you want to deprive the man of his wallet and money for lunch? You know, like he can't miss a meal. You know, and not on size, but you know, just in terms of urgency. we're on a death penalty case, and he's talking about someone's wallet and money for lunch.
May proceed.
Judge, ultimately, this isn't the objection that the way I understand the state's objection. And actually, perhaps it was Mr. Martinez's objection.
How's that subscriber count, guys? What are we on now? Still 998. Listen, we need 2 more subscribers. We're closing this stream in a minute, but we'll be back tomorrow and the next day and ongoing with more content. Subscribe to the channel. Don't miss a show. Give us 2 more subscribers.
He should explain his objection because it doesn't appear to be hearsay at all. So.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, your objection.
It's hearsay. He's trying to introduce evidence of an out-of-court statement by somebody that they don't know even who said it. This individual lacks any information as to who even told him. I know at the bench, defense counsel argued, well, it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. In other words, he's saying, I don't think that Mr. Alexander was a flirt. I don't think Mr. Alexander treated her badly. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If that's his position, then it's irrelevant. What difference does it make then what he was? So my objection is.
Oh, hi, Michelle. Hamburger. How you doing?
Is two-pronged. It's hearsay, and there's no foundation. And if he's offering it not for the truth of the matter asserted, then it's irrelevant.
However many prongs.
Wow, that was a heavy defense, wasn't it? That was a heavy objection. You know, what did he say? Okay, my objection is 2-pronged. It's hearsay, and it's without foundation. And if it's not hearsay, then it's irrelevant. Checkmate, man. Say that again. That was great.
My objection is his position, then it's irrelevant. What difference does it make then what he was? So my objection is two-pronged. It's hearsay, and there's no foundation. And if he's offering it not for the truth of the matter asserted, then it's irrelevant.
However many prongs the state's objection has, both prongs are non.
And, you know, we always think of the sparring in this case between Jodi and Juan Martinez, but we forget how the defense counsel, both of them, clash with Juan Martinez almost more than Jodi. It kind of gets personal. And you expect it to get personal with Jodi, but, you know, there's a certain lacking in decorum in this trial between counsel,
Nonsensical. It's
which
not
is great. Wouldn't change it for the world.
hearsay because we're not trying to get in a statement. Mr. Burns stated that Mr. Alexander didn't treat Miss Arias right, and that she was warned, or there was a discussion that she should not date him. And throughout the examination, subsequent outside of the view of the jury, he said, "Oh, that was because he was a flirt," and that sort of thing. After Mr. Martinez took it to the extreme and who said this, who said that? Because keep in mind, I didn't say, did someone tell you this? Did someone tell you that? That wasn't the question. That wasn't the subject of inquiry. He goes down, breaks him down and says, well, maybe. He says, I don't know. I don't know who said this. I don't know who said that.
Yeah, do people think you need to pay to subscribe? No, it's free. You just click subscribe, and then you get notifications about when we go live, and notifications about the other content we put out, and you'll be a member of our community. And we just need 2 more to make it to 1,000, guys. 1,000. So whoever's next, you're number 999. And who's ever after that, you're number 1,000. You're number 1,000. I would love that if I knew it were me. I think, yeah, great. I was the guy that got that YouTuber over 1,000 subscribers. You should be that guy.
And then after being badgered for a little while, he says, well, Clancy might have said this person, Clancy might have said something about this, which was so far from the question. This is general reputation evidence. What he knew about his reputation. We're not saying anything about what someone said to somebody else. I did not ask him about Clancy. That's why I say it's nonsensical, because I'm not asking about a statement, the hearsay. So, we don't even get to truth or matter asserted because there is no statement. And that was the point I was making at bench. We're not even talking about anything being offered for the truth and matter asserted. So, Judge, I think the objection is not well taken and should be overruled. And we should be able to inquire, Mr. Burns, on this subject matter.
All right, Mr. Nurmi, the question is whether or not this witness had information from individuals that he cannot now identify regarding the victim. I believe that is hearsay. I'm going to sustain the objection to that question. If you want to rephrase your question, I will hear that and any objections the state may have, but I'm going to sustain the objection. I believe it is hearsay, and I do not believe it is relevant that some unknown third parties gave him this information. So if you want to rephrase the question, when we come back from lunch.
Hey, if anyone is on the fence about whether or not to subscribe to the channel, just take a look at all the states we're hitting in America. All the red ones, including Alaska, including Puerto Rico. We're going to start with the territories after we get every single state. So A, if you're in a gray state, if you're in Idaho, if you're in Kentucky, or any of the others, let us know in the comments. And by the way, if you're not subscribed to the channel, I'm telling you, we just need 2 more subscribers, guys. 2 more. It's free. You just click the button and we get to 1,000 on this show. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't you like to be a part of that? Subscribe to the channel.
I'll give you an opportunity to let me know what that question would be. I will give the state an opportunity to object, and then we can proceed.
And for the record, I'm showing the defendant the exhibit marked as Exhibit 291. Could you take a look at this, please, sir?
Sure.
Now, based on your review of that exhibit, what day of the week was what days were your business briefings then?
My business briefing was on
No, my business briefing was after the business banquet, and those were both before the business training session, which we had at the Cheesecake Factory. I mean, this isn't a real business. Come on. No one can wear a suit that is that too much big for them and operate in a real business. It's just pretend. He's dress up. What is going on with this business? Yeah, my briefing was after the banquet, and then we had to get to the training session. You know,
Thursday. My training was on Wednesday.
Okay, so could you tell us numerically what days those were?
Wednesday, Thursday, and are you talking about the first week of June?
No, I'm saying numerically, what day of the week? Was it the first, the second? What day was that business briefing?
Every Thursday and every Wednesday of every week.
I'm asking you numerically. Is it that day, that first week in June?
Oh,
What
yeah.
day was your business briefing?
The business briefing was on the 5th,
Okay, and the training was on what day?
the 4th.
Okay, and your understanding, I believe what you testified to, is that Miss Arias was to arrive in your area in Salt Lake around June 4th, correct? For the first
Yeah,
meeting?
sometime on June 4th. Uh-huh.
Okay, sometime on June 4th.
Mhm.
Okay, and what time was that? And I'm forgive me, you said business briefing and meeting.
maybe he borrowed the suit from who? Uncle Buck? Look at the size of the thing. Only Uncle Buck would fit that, man.
The first
Yeah,
meeting.
sometime on June 4th. Uh-huh.
Okay, sometime on June 4th.
Mhm.
Okay, and what time was that? And I'm forgive me, you said business briefing and meeting, I think. So on the 4th, was there a arrival time?
That I was expecting, Jodi?
Yeah,
I knew she was leaving LA. The conversation I had when she'd be leaving roundabout was 9 p.m. the night before, 9 or
Okay.
10 p.m. So I was expecting her, if she drove straight through, it's a 12-hour drive, she would have got to my house at maybe 10 a.m. I didn't think she would drive straight through. We talked about she could call me if she got tired.
okay,
And so obviously if she slept, then that would take a little extra time to get there.
okay. So let me back up then, or backing up a bit and looking at the calendar in front of you. Before she arrived in your home, when you met her on the
Mhm.
5th, I believe you testified earlier, correct?
Yes,
She arrived on the 5th? Okay.
she did.
The conversation you were just referencing in advance of the 4th, when did that take place?
That would have been on Tuesday night, the 3rd, maybe around 9 or 10 p.m.
Okay. And during that conversation, did she tell you where she was at?
I think she had already visited the family she told me she was going to.
Remember, guys, to like, share, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel.
In the Southern California area, and I
Okay.
can't remember the city. I'm thinking LA right now. for some
Okay,
reason.
fair enough.
And she was going to leave. Originally, the plans was she was going to go visit whatever she was going to do there, and then come see me. So I assumed she was in the LA area to come see me after that.
Okay, but she didn't specifically mention I'm in blank city.
If she did, I don't remember.
Okay.
Today.
Do you recall if she's told you I'm in Southern California?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. And during that conversation at 9 to 10 p.m., did she say to you, I'm going to be late, I'm not going to be there till Thursday, anything like that?
I should read this one out, guys. Rabbit says that no, in his family, in Ryan Burns' family, they only buy one really big suit for all the men to share. It's a family investment. At funerals, they take turns wearing it. Well, thank you, Rabbit. That's a well thought out and humorous musing. You know, to think of them all sharing the suit at the funeral.
No.
Okay. Did she make any excuses? Well, I might be a little late for any particular reason.
Maybe to take a nap in case you got tired.
Okay.
That's it.
But she advised you that she was going to be there on June 4th.
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds to me further then from your conversation that there was at least some discussion or some acknowledgement that you were approximately 12 hours away at the time.
Yes.
Did she give you any indication, I'm leaving right now, or I'm going to leave in an hour or so? Was that discussed? Or,
I think that's why I was under impression she'd be there in 12 hours, if not later.
okay,
Yeah, she was leaving. Yes.
okay. And she arrived on the 5th.
Yes.
Is that correct? From the way I
Yeah.
understood your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
And if I understood you correctly, that was around 10 or 11 in the morning. Is that
Mhm.
right?
Right.
Okay. And let me just a minute here.
Yeah, Neverly Darling says that let's give some love to Metrix, like 2 more subscribers. That'd be great. I can't believe we've not had any. I've been calling for 2 for 10 minutes. Still 998. So the next one, guys, the next person to subscribe is person number 999. And the next person after that is person 1000. What a significant person. Seriously, I would, if I had that chance to be that person, I would take it. Subscriber number 1000. That sounds like the subscriber of the future, you know? Be that person. Try and be that person. It could be you, or it could be the person before you, or after you. But it could be you.
In your honor. Sir, could you be so kind as to take a look at exhibits 278, 279, 280, 281, and 282? And please don't read them out loud, just please tell us if you recognize what they are. I'm reviewing the content to yourself.
Yeah, I do. I recognize them.
And what are they?
These are text messages that we text back and forth to each other.
Okay.
These mostly was about what I said.
Isn't it funny? Because if he was in a school play, these are the kind of papers that they'd give him as a prop, right? With the yellow Post-it notes. Or green, yellow, lime green Post-it notes. Because that makes it look extra busy and more convincing for the school play, right? In his giant suit.
Yeah, I do. I recognize them.
And what are they?
These are text messages that we text back and forth to each other.
Okay.
These mostly was about what I said.
What you said, text messages from you?
Mhm.
Hi, veggie girl. Good vibes only tonight, girl.
Your Honor, I would move that.
Not that you don't have, not that you have bad vibes. You have great vibes, and we like them.
Exhibits 278, 279, 280, 281, and 282 be moved into evidence.
Objection, hearsay.
Council approach.
Okay, I know there's only 21 people in the stream because we're doing a not so popular video tonight, guys. But at least 2 of you aren't subscribed to the channel. Just go and do it right now. Just click subscribe. It's free. Oh, is this the end of Ryan Burns? Not yet. Still more to go. Look at him. Poor guy, man. Someone really should have told him, like, listen, this is how you answer a difficult question. Was it 999 now? Let's check. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Maria. Okay, 999, guys. The next subscriber is subscriber 1000, guys. How cool is that? We've even got a celebration video to play when we get that 1000 subscriber landmine. Oh, there's still more.
Cali.
Okay. And that you said earlier then, is that correct then from what you said earlier? That was your reaching out to her because you hadn't heard from her for a while. Is that correct?
I can't remember if there was a conversation before or after this text.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Hey, we just got 1000, guys. We've got to play this video now. Bosh, smashing it in 48 states, or maybe 38, 39, more than that, and Puerto Rico. 1000 subscribers. You see, that's what you get when you type in to YouTube 1000 subscriber celebration video. Not very good, is it? But we thank you all. We thank you all. And we thank you, whoever you are, subscriber number 1000. Have we got another one already? No. So you are still the latest subscriber, whoever you are. You're fantastic. Join us in the chat. Announce yourself, whoever you were, to subscribe.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 279. Are you able to see that on your screen?
Yes.
Can you read for us the date and time that was sent?
4:30 at 8:13 a.m.
And could you read that for us, please?
The whole thing or just the part you're showing me?
Well, oops, sorry. How about that?
Thank you, gorgeous. Good night.
Okay. Was that in the same series of text messages?
I mean, it sounds like it's about the same time period. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Thanks for all of these cool messages, guys, with all of these icons and stuff. Let's go through them all again. They're so pretty. Yeah, 1,000, huh? How about that? Little old true crime Metrix over here. What's next? Got to get to 100,000. I think that's when YouTube sends you the big play button. Wow. Imagine if we had that big YouTube play button, huh? Right here in the studio. And we still haven't bought that microphone. Not yet, but we have looked at some in the shop.
Now, sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 282. And this again from what you said earlier, this was another text message you sent to Miss Arias. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you're able to with your screen, could you read for us the day and time you sent that?
May 3rd.
Okay. And what time was that, sir?
It says 7:09 a.m.
Okay. And could you read for us your comment there?
Just come and stay.
And what was that a reference to?
I'm sure we had talked about her coming and visiting at some point. She seemed to travel a lot.
Okay. And you wanted her to come?
Sure.
Okay. And sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 281. And sir, I'll just show you that first part, if you could be so kind as to tell us when.
How much lunch does Kirk Nurmi need per day? I mean, it just seems like if you gave him a bowl of pasta, it would need to be a big one. He seems like if he was coming to your house to eat, you'd want to give him a big plate, right? It wouldn't be right to just let him eat from the same size plate as everyone else has. I mean, he's huge and very tall. It's not just that he's overweight, but he's very tall as well.
When you sent that text message to her?
May 3rd, 7:19 a.m.
Okay. And just so we're clear, as it relates to all these messages, we're talking 2008 because this is after you met her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could be so kind as to read the verbiage in that message.
Good. So I'm getting closer to talking to you in. Okay. Okay. So, good. So I'm getting closer to talking to you into it. LOL. What do I have to do to seal the deal? LOL.
Okay. So it sounds like there might have been some reluctance, whether over text messages or phone calls, for her to come up to see you. Is that correct?
I never felt that way. I think
Okay.
We've read the other texts. I don't think we'd find that.
But you imply in this text messages, well, you had to do something. You had to do something to seal the deal. What was that about?
Yeah, I was just saying what I was saying,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
What's your question, sir?
No, I was just you were saying something in this text message about sealing the deal. What was that about? Well, I just I was just saying what I was saying. What's your question, sir?
Just or phone calls for her to come up to see you. Is that correct?
I never felt that way. I think if
Okay.
we read the other texts, I don't think we'd find that.
But you imply in this text messages, well, you had to do something. You had to do something to seal the deal. What was that about?
Yeah, just saying what I was saying, you know.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
What's your question, sir?
Well, I said, what was the point of that message? Why did you need to talk her into it?
Yeah, I wanted her to come.
Okay. But when I asked you a second ago if she was reluctant, you said you didn't sense that. So I didn't know.
I never sensed that, and I think if we read all the texts, it might make more sense.
Okay. Let me, again, look, if you could read the date and time you sent this text.
The 3rd, 7:23 a.m.
Okay. And could you read what you wrote there?
You promise not to play hard to get when you get here, LOL.
Okay. And just in case,
I know, Neverly, darling. Ryan has had it. Yeah, well, I think he's realized that he's been way too forthcoming with like personal information, and now he's really like, shit, I gave too much away. Oh, it's funny.
people may not understand, what does LOL stand for?
Laugh out loud.
Okay.
Laugh out loud. Look at him. I don't mean to rip on this guy, you know, he's just an innocent guy. But his suit's way too big for him.
Cannot understand, what does LOL stand for?
Laugh out loud.
Okay.
You know, and it's not on me that he's wearing a suit that big. He's drawing attention. And then all this funny stuff about how they do business with these banquets and briefings. You know, it's not on me. Okay.
Yeah, we talked earlier, sir, about, well, let me ask you this. Would you agree that those text messages that you sent her were flirtatious?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. We talked a little bit about, earlier you made the comment that you had engaged in sexual conversations with Miss Arias.
After she was there.
Okay, after she was there.
Mhm.
So before that, none. And then after she was there, are we talking about that same sort of thing, or are we talking about something different?
After she had visited,
Mm-hmm.
what's the same sort of thing? What are you referring to?
Well, these flirtatious messages, talking about not playing hard to get, that sort of thing. Is that what you mean by?
Yeah, before she had come, I mean, we talked about what we would do, watching a movie and cuddling up, and that's what I was referring to in those texts.
Okay. And after, was the conversation flirtatious, as I just said?
Mhm.
Okay, that's what you meant by sexual conversations.
Yes. Sorry.
And that's what you meant by sexual conversations with her afterwards, right?
These texts were shown her a month before she came to visit. Now you're talking about after she was there, so I don't know what you're asking.
Okay. You told us that you had conversations with her of a sexual nature after her visit, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm asking you is if the sexual nature of those conversations was as the same character as what we just saw.
We knew each other a lot more by that point. She had spent the whole day with me, so it was a little different.
Okay. And how would you characterize these messages, these conversations then?
Started talking, I guess, about, why things didn't go further. At one point, I kind of explained why, and she complimented me at some point. She also said she's a big girl, and she can take care of herself, that I didn't need to protect her feelings.
Okay. And is that what you meant by phone sex earlier, or sexual conversations?
It wasn't necessarily phone sex, but more like what could happen if we met up again. And she did invite me out to California to spend some time with her at a team event after, a few weeks after we found out Travis had died.
Okay. I appreciate you clearing that up for me. As it relates to the visit itself, then it sounds to me like, based on these messages and some of the things you said, I mean, not just these text messages, but the phone conversation, the IMs, the text messages, that you were at least hoping for, I'll use the words romantic interaction when she arrived. Is that fair to say?
When she came first time?
First, when she came to your
House. Yeah.
home in June of 2008, when she arrived on the 5th, you were expecting, maybe expecting is too big a word, you were hoping for a romantic interaction, right?
We had talked about, joking around on the phone, whether I had to make a move if we were snuggling up, and she said, no, she's a snuggler. And that's why I laughed. And that was part of the continuing conversation about how she said, would she have to play hard to get? She said she's a snuggler, and that's what that was all in context with. Watching a movie, snuggling up, that was what that was talking about.
But then it sounds to me like, given what you said before, you found her attractive, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were interested in pursuing a romantic relationship with her, correct?
Yeah.
So it would be reasonable to assume that you were hoping for some sort of romantic interaction with her, be it kissing, and I'm not just talking sexual intercourse, I'm talking kissing, cuddling, what have you. That was what you were hoping or maybe expecting to happen when she got there in June. Is that correct?
Now you're talking about before. My mind frame was in a different frame before she got there the first time, and then this after that.
You say the first time, but I'm specifically talking about June 5th.
Okay, when she came.
2008. Okay? And that would have been the first time you saw her since April, based on your other testimony. That would have been the first time you saw her since April in Oklahoma City, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you keep saying first time. Was there another time?
That's what I mean. No, that was the only time that we had spent time together.
Okay. Was June 5th to 6th, I guess, near Salt Lake City, at your home, in the various Cheesecake Factory and the various restaurants you went to, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm asking you then, because you kind of qualified it a little bit talking about the different trips, and so it got a little confused, but when she was coming to see you, you're expecting her arrival on June 4th, 5th, and she arrives on June 5th, excuse me. You were hoping or expecting a romantic interaction, isn't that correct?
Snuggling up, getting to know her. I mean, I didn't know how much I liked her or not, and I figured meeting her personally, I would be able to decide whether I wanted to pursue anything further. So what I've explained is what I was hoping for. Getting to know her more, spend time with her.
Did the visit meet your expectations? Were you happy with her when she left?
Yes.
Okay. And so you testified as well that it sounds like you interacted with her for not quite 24 hours. Is that correct? About a day or a little less than a day when she left?
Wednesday the 4th, when she was,
Well, it sounds like she arrived, based on your earlier testimony, she arrived at Thursday.
Yeah, and I wasn't
11.
able to get older her on Wednesday, if that's
Right.
what you mean, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is you saw her Thursday
Yes.
around 11,
Mhm.
10 or 11 by your testimony,
Mhm.
and she left the next day around what time?
Maybe midnight 1. I'm not positive on the
Okay,
time
so
she
it's
left,
a
but it
little
was very
more-
late.
A little
Mhm.
more than a day.
Yeah.
Okay. But during that time, you saw nothing abnormal.
No.
She was acting very similar to the way she had in the past or in all her interactions with you.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that was, other than the cuts on her hand, that was something consistent throughout your interaction with her. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And it was also true, I believe, what we were talking about this morning, that you also observed her being shy in public, yet a little more talkative and interactive in private. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that behavior was completely consistent as well. Is that right?
That was the first time I saw it in public, so I wouldn't have had any reference point there. But yeah,
Okay. I thought you used Oklahoma City as a reference point.
3 or 4 minutes.
Okay.
And I spent a lot more time, obviously, that night she came to visit with in public.
But that was consistent, the phone interaction and everything else?
Yeah.
All consistent, all appeared perfectly normal to you. Is that correct?
It seemed normal, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Sir, in terms of how much time she spent with you, you told us that she arrived what day of the week?
On Thursday the 5th.
And you did what you guys did, and she stayed part of the night, is what you said before, right?
Yes.
And she left that night, right?
Yeah.
So she didn't stay more than 24 hours, did she?
No.
How long did she stay?
Been 14, 15 hours.
Let's talk about these text messages. And I'll start with exhibit number 280. Take a look at the upper, right there. What does that say up there?
That must be text 8 of 43.
Where are the other texts? Are you hiding them somewhere?
No.
Are you texting yourself through these things?
No. It's a conversation between both of us.
Where are the texts from her?
Sustained.
With regard to these, are you responding to her?
Yes.
And she's sending you things, right?
It's going back and forth.
And by looking at these, can you tell what she texted you in advance of number 8, which is exhibit 280?
Not exactly what she said before, no.
Could she
can't
have been
remember.
telling you, hey, we're going to have some good sex? We don't even know, do we?
She never said that, but just, yeah, no, I don't know. what
Any
she said
idea
before.
as you sit here?
I can't remember, it's too long ago.
Overruled. You may answer yes or no.
What's your question?
Any idea what this is responding to?
Can't remember, no.
281. What's that? What, up here at the right? 9 of what?
9:43.
Good. What are you saying good to?
Something she said?
Do you know what it is?
No.
Exhibit 279. You're saying, thank you, gorgeous. What are you thanking her for?
The conversation, chatting with her, I don't
Do you
know
know
for
by
sure.
looking at this what you are thanking her for?
Overruled. You may answer.
The conversation we had, and I don't know exactly
What
what
was she
I'm referring
saying in
to.
that conversation as you look at this?
I'd need to read it to remember.
One at a time, please. Your objection, Mr. Nurmi.
It's argumentative, it's the narrative, he's leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
What was she saying? Do you even know what she was saying?
No.
Exhibit 278. Never. Exclamation point. What do you never?
Have no idea.
And if we take a look at these with 278, what's the date on that one?
It's May 30th. The
What?
time just doesn't seem consistent
No,
with our conversation.
Take a look at it again. What's the date?
April 30th,
And what's the number at the upper right-hand corner?
23 of 43 text messages.
And then if we take a look, and the time, take a look at the time.
8:03.
In the morning?
Yeah,
Then if we take a look at exhibit 279, look at the date.
yeah.
Is it the same date as the previous one? 278?
Yes, same date.
What's the time?
8:13,
That's later, right?
right?
Sir, one of the things that you were asked about was this cuddling. You remember being asked about cuddling on cross-examination?
Yeah.
Previously, you talked about the interaction that you had with her when she showed up, right?
Yeah.
Was this the first time when she showed up there? Was this the first, this whole time, was this the first episode of sexual interaction that you'd ever had with her?
Yeah.
You didn't, did you have any sexual interaction in Oklahoma City?
No.
And the kissing, about what time of the day was it?
Probably 3 or 4 p.m.
And she arrived at what time?
10 or 11. 10 or 11.
So within 5 hours of arriving, and you'd never seen her before, this interaction is taking place.
Yes.
And you said, well, we talked about cuddling. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Does cuddling include her moving you around and getting on top of you and grinding on your pelvis?
No.
Is that what you mean?
We never talked about that.
Does cuddling involve her grinding on your pelvis? Imagine being asked that question if you're already kind of, you know, perhaps a little shy. Does cuddling involve? Oh man, what a day this guy had.
Is that what cuddling means?
You actually asked an answer to something we said.
Overruled, you may answer.
No.
What is cuddling?
I mean, just snuggling up to a movie. I don't know how it's to.
Oh dear, fucking hell. And what does cuddling involve? Well, you know, snuggling up to a movie, or I don't know how else to. God, it's poetry.
What,
No.
is that what you mean?
We never talked about that.
Is that what cuddling means?
You actually asked an answer to something we said.
Overruled, you may answer.
No.
What is cuddling?
I mean, just snuggling up to a movie. I don't know how it's to.
You can tell by the way that he just shook his head that he realized instantly how kind of you know, there's a clean scientific way to answer that question, right? And he didn't do it that way. So what would the scientific way be? What does cuddling involve? Well, it's tactile, physical, on-clothes, how would you describe it? It's physical, tactile, clothed, something, activity. But he goes, well, you know, snuggling up to a movie, which is fine. It's just funny.
One of the things that you were,
I don't know how it's to a movie. No.
what is cuddling?
I mean, just snuggling up to a movie. I don't know how it's to.
One of the things that you were asked about was the future of this relationship. That's one of the things you were asked about in terms of what was the interaction between you and her over this.
You see, this guy's suit style, he seems like, I don't know, a Navajo chief or something. Just that length. I don't know. And he looks like a bird as well. Looks like he has a beak.
either phone or maybe text messages after she came to see you, and you said it changed. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
How did it change?
I mean, had a good time with her, spent the whole day with her, and felt like I knew her a little bit better.
In terms of the sex, then, I'm going to be more direct. Do you think that if you had seen her again, second time, in your opinion, given what had happened before, you were there, that you would have engaged in sexual intercourse with her?
Objection calls for speculation.
Oh, really?
Hard to say. I think it could have gone further. I don't know.
How about the first time that you were together? Could it have also gone further?
Yes.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Oh, really? Could it?
I mean, it could have. I don't know under what.
One of the things that you also told defense counsel is that
I mean, I wonder what this poor witness would have done if Juan Martinez posed a question like, would it have been necessary for you to have penile intercourse with her vulva? You know, I mean, this guy just, I think he's dealt with it. Well, he's still up there. You know, he's still up there. That's probably about the best you can say for him at the moment. He's still up there. He's going to be glad to get off, though, isn't he? Off the stand. When it's all finished. And they say, you will not be recalled. He's like, yes, fucking hell, that was tough.
when she talked to you about the Mormon faith was that you had a conversation with her and you were asked, well, with regard to the Mormon faith, based on what you knew of her, did you have any reason to doubt her sincerity? Do you remember being asked about that?
Yes, I remember.
Applying that same standard, did you have any doubt or in her sincerity involving what she told you as to why she was late in arriving to West Jordan, Utah?
Objection, Your Honor, to be honest, across and argumentative.
Council approach.
Yeah, because on her way to meet this guy, when she's driving all the way from friggin' Phoenix with an upside down number plate, you know, hurtling across the desert for a 15-hour drive. You know, coming up with a story. But I think she just thinks on her feet most of the time. Just makes the decision and the rest takes care of itself. You know, it's like the computer. She is a computer. But here, the computer gets it all a bit wrong. That hand should not be on that neck. Just looks bad. And her whole demeanor is bad. You know.
from? Are they sin dates? Do know. Yes or no?
Don't know.
Why
Guessing.
would you say good night?
Oh, this is jury questions, guys. But he doesn't know the answer to any of the questions, so we haven't missed anything.
At 8:13 a.m.
I thought the same thing when I was reading the text. It didn't fit. I don't see why I'd say goodnight at 8 a.m. I don't know why that would happen.
Hand you Exhibit 286, testified about that earlier.
But I think you can already tell he's a bit more comfortable now because the questions being posed by the jury aren't quite so as confronting as. And what did it mean, sir, when you said you wanted to fondle her fun bags? And he's like, well, I thought about touching her breasts.
You know on what date those conversations occurred?
This was either an instant message conversation we had before she came over to my house, or maybe the 8th or the 9th, before anybody knew Travis had been killed. This was a conversation. I think that's when this one is. It's a few days after she had visited me.
Follow up from the state?
No, thank you.
Mr. Nurmi?
I do, Your Honor, briefly. Mr. Burns, you were asked about the dates and probably more specifically the times of the text messages in the juror's question, correct?
Yeah.
And what you said to us was that you didn't know why the dates were, the times were what they were, correct? Okay. And could you answer verbally for us, please?
Just what anybody else would guess. It's just from the phone, I guess.
Right. That's why I'm not asking you to guess. I just wanted a verbal answer for the court reporter that you don't have any explanation for the
times
that seem
I have
inconsistent
no
with
explanation for it.
the verbiage, right? No explanation. Okay. Right. But you're not doubting any of the verbiage. You remember you sent those text messages. Those are yours.
Has he blushed yet, Albert? No. I mean, amazingly, right? Fucking imagine that. Imagine if he full on blushed on this stage and camera. Oh, that'd be tough. That'd be tough to get out of, wouldn't it? You'd be running from yourself for years, decades. You know.
Yeah, sounds like, yeah. Yes.
Yes, those were yours. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions from the jury? Sir, you may step down. The state may call its next witness.
The state recalls Heather Connor.
Heather Connor. Yeah. Jodi's like, what is she whispering? Who's Heather Connor? Can we use her as a defense call? Can I question Heather Connor? What is Heather Connor's date of birth? Yeah. Good one, Jodi. Good job looking busy. You know, she had such a range of choices.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess at this.
You know what I mean? Like, Could have done anything. Could have done something really high risk and still come out better.
Time, please be back in the.
I mean, I guess she did do something really high risk, but, you know, there was loads of other shit she could have done that wasn't bad. And could have been high risk. You know? But if this is your other option, it's a risk worth taking. You know? If you're going to commit,
Designated area at 2:35 p.m. and we will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition, you are excused.
okay. Yeah, well, we say to everyone in the chat, please remember the admonition. What is it? I always forget this. I always forget words when I'm streaming. Abolition. No. What is it? I forget what it is. I know what it is. So I'm not an idiot. But yeah, we're going to sign off, guys, because they're having an intermission or a break. They're having a break. We're going to have a break right now. And yeah, we'll probably see you guys tomorrow for some extra stuff from maybe this case, maybe another case. We don't know. Maybe we'll go back to Nicole Kessinger. But if anyone has any suggestions for stuff they'd like to see, you can email us at truecrimemetrics@gmail.com. You can get in touch with us on the Discord server or any of the social networks that are available in the description for this video. If anyone would like to support the channel, help us grow, there's also links in the description for doing that. What else is there? That's it. That's it. That's everything. And subscribe to the channel. We've reached 1,000 subscribers today, on this 11th day of July, 7/11. We reached 1,000 on 7/11. Nice. Nice. And many thanks to everyone in the chat. And thanks to all of the 1,000 people who clicked that button. That's a big number. That's a big number. Okay, guys. Signing off.